So first off, thanks to everybody so much for being here. We really appreciate the time that you've taken out of your day to come, and grateful to see you all here and have a chance to connect with you. It's our pleasure to welcome all of you, both in person and the folks on Zoom, to the second annual CRESCENT Partnerships and Applications meeting. Especially today with all the uncertainties going around and staffing challenges, it's definitely an achievement to gather everybody here for 2 days. So thanks so much for coming and showing up. And it's really great to see familiar faces that we've seen before and look forward to meeting the rest of you and sort of witnessing the relationships that develop over the next couple of days. And then right from the get-go, it's pretty cool that everybody here is united by a common interest, which is that in this really dynamic region that we call home, the Cascadia subduction zone, we're all working on things related to this. And so to start us off, we're part of a broader ecosystem that exists on this landscape because of earthquakes and tectonic processes. And in many ways, the work that we're doing and we're talking about here today is about learning to coexist with these forces. And we'd like to acknowledge those that came before us and have been doing so for time immemorial. And we like to call attention to the critical role that traditional and indigenous knowledge has played, especially in our understanding of the 1700 earthquake, as well as other seismic hazards related to the Cascadia subduction zone. And today, we stand on the lands of the Clackamas, Confederated Tribes of Siletz Indians, Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde, and Cowlitz people. And the work that we're doing encompasses a much greater area that you can see on this map here that has served as a homeland of hundreds of indigenous communities. And these peoples have stewarded this land since time immemorial. So we'd like to acknowledge that stewardship, as well as the beings and processes of the land that have existed long prior to human habitation. And then give also deep respect to the rich traditional knowledge and experience surrounding earthquakes and processes of the land. We also recognize that for those of us who are not native to this region, our presence and our work here is the result of ongoing colonialism on stolen land. And we recognize that Western science is itself interwoven with the history and the present of colonialism. And so this acknowledgement that we're making today is just one very small step in the journey towards meaningful support of Indigenous peoples and their sovereignty. And we aim through sort of building authentic and collaborative relationships with Indigenous groups to honor their traditional knowledge and develop co-designed research agendas in the realm of earthquake hazard science. And along those lines, moving into the Western and settler science knowledge landscape, CRESCENT is one of many groups and efforts that have been ongoing for a long time that have been sort of occupying and committing time and resources to this space and to the things we're talking about today. And so at least in the sort of academic science space, we'd like to acknowledge those that have been focused on these questions. So some of the really big overarching science questions are what controls where, how frequently, and how big earthquakes are in Cascadia, how strong will shaking be in future earthquakes and where, as well as what are the expected associated hazards like tsunami runup, landslides, and liquefaction. So there are a number of groups like the Southern California Earthquake Center, Cascadia COPES Hub, the US Geological Survey, Earthquake Science Center, and General Subduction Zone Science Research, as well as SC4D that have been doing a lot of this work. Thanks to everybody who's come, working together on all of this, and then also really grateful to the National Science Foundation and federal funds for subduction zone science research that fund all of these efforts and continue to do so, and that also is allowing us to hold this workshop today. And so with that, a really brief center overview of CRESCENT, the Cascadia Region Earthquake Science Center. CRESCENT was awarded a 5-year cooperative geosciences grant through the National Science Foundation and was established as a center in October 2023. We currently have research that's focused on science underpinning seismic hazards and cascading hazards in the Cascadia subduction zone. And we've structured it around these 3 pillars that you see here as these 3 circles. So there's the science pillar, which is the science behind the earthquakes and their hazards. And you're going to learn more about that this afternoon from the CRESCENT working group and special interest group scientists. There's a geoscience education and inclusion pillar, which you'll also hear more about tomorrow. That's focused on expanding access to careers through geoscience education and inclusion. And then there's the partnerships and applications pillar, which is what this meeting is all about. And so for that, I'm going to turn it over to Andy Clifford, who's the CRESCENT Partnerships and Applications Manager, and he's really been the driving force behind this workshop and the branch of this center. And without his dedication, this wouldn't be possible, so thanks to Andy. We'll transition to him.
Thank you all. Good morning, and thank you, Valerie Sahakian, the lead of this pillar, the Partnerships and Applications pillar. Yeah, I just want to say a big thanks for actually showing up. Every day is a miracle these days. And that's for both all you lot here in person, but also our audience on Zoom. So we have got some capability of beaming in those who are affected by the travel restrictions and there's border difficulties at the moment. So I'm just going to give you an overview of what we can expect from the next couple of the days and give you a few of the logistical pieces. Before I do that, just a little bit more about this pillar. So the Partnerships and Applications pillar has the job of connecting CRESCENT science to those who implement changes in the seismic resilience space for this region. So our pillar exists to build the relationships and facilitate two-way communications between our researchers and practitioners. And so the workshop that you're at today is one of the vehicles for that, for our pillar, along with many others. So if you listed here, we have a Cascadia Lifelines partnership, which is producing webinars throughout the year, our quarterly newsletter, which is the Seismic Moment, which you can sign up for on the back of your handout. Our local public engagement events that we've been doing throughout the year, and then our one-on-one partner meetings that we've been trying to set up with you all as we move forward through our research agenda. We've been running now since October 23, and over the course of that time, we've really come to witness CRESCENT's role as a hub or a town hall in the earthquake research and resilience space. And it's really clear that this function is as much a valued output of the center as the great science products that are being developed. And so when we ran this first workshop in 2024, we looked through what we were gathering as the needs and challenges of this community. And the overarching need that was expressed was interorganizational coordination. And so our hope is that with CRESCENT's function as this hub, we can help facilitate this coordination. And then the other, the themes that we got out of 2024 were largely falling into 4 categories. So I got them on the screen here. And these are what are going to be the backbone of our workshop today and tomorrow. So the challenges that came out were under science communication engagement, emergency preparedness and response planning, data availability and access, and resource limitations. And so hopefully one of those will align with your interests here, and we will collectively move forward with conversations around how we can improve in those areas. Our summary of goals on that note is to achieve over the next 2 days some bidirectional communication between our science community and practitioners, deep exploration of those themes, and then we would like to make sure that the discussions are actually facilitating that collaboration. So we'll invite you to think about what those next steps are. A brief overview of our agenda. So today you'll see that the morning is going to be spent with these pieces of paper on your table, where we'll be learning who is in the room and how we're all interconnected with our Cascadia Connections exercise. And then we're going to hear from some successful science to practice case studies and think about what is needed in our own areas of work with those. Then after lunch, you will hear some updates from the center, from CRESCENT, what we've achieved over the last year. And then we'll dive into our first 2024 emerging theme, which is science communication. The day will close with our digital poster reception. So thanks to all of you who have contributed to that. And we'll have space downstairs for you to explore those posters and hear the great work that's been going on out there. Tomorrow is continuation of those 2024 themes. So we'll have more discussion sessions for the remaining 3 themes in the morning, and that will conclude our on-campus program. And then for those of you who have pre-registered, we have some field trips that go out to explore seismic resilience in the Portland area. Something new for this year's version. So yeah, this agenda's taken a good amount of time and a good amount of people to put together, and I just want to acknowledge a few of them here, starting with our workshop planning committee. This year from CRESCENT, myself, Valerie Sahakian, Amanda Erickson, we're joined by some of our partners to shape the workshop. So Ali Burgos from the Cascadia Copes Hub, Ian Stone from USGS, Alan Peters from U of O, and Carrie Garrison-Laney from Washington Sea Grant, and Tegan Hobbs from Geological Survey of Canada. If you can all just stand up, I think everyone apart from Ali is in the room today, but just make yourself known. Thank you very much. And we look forward to hearing more from those folks throughout the 2 days. I also would love to acknowledge the CRESCENT Partnerships and Applications Committee, Laurie Dengler, Michael Olson, Pieter Share, Rob Witter, and Alex Grant. Rob and Alex unable to make the meeting, but Laurie, Michael, and Peter are in the room, so if you could make yourself known. Thank you, guys. And then, of course, the wonderful Jill Elizabeth, our CRESCENT Assistant Director, who keeps the whole ship sailing. This is just one of many workshops that have been going on. And so, yeah, it takes a good captain, and Jill's been that for our ship. She's going to be our captain today. And so when you hear the cowbell, that means get back here. When you hear the chime, that means do something. So Jill's in charge of that. Today's, yeah, as I mentioned, we've got the addition of field trips this year. We're really excited about that. That's the driving force of that has been our partnership with the National Association of Geoscience Teachers. Dinah Hardesty has been the main lead for that, but joined by some great partners to offer some great options for field trips. So thanks to Yume Wang, Lalo Guerrero, Bob de Groot, and Marcy Benny for their involvement in that. A few housekeeping notes before we kind of roll with the program. We are committed to this being a really welcoming, inclusive space, and we have a code of conduct that is our group contract. You'll sign that when you filled out your application. It's on the wall at the back of the room. It's on the QR code and our website. Please do come and see a CRESCENT member of staff if you feel at all uncomfortable or have any issues. We'll address those. Refreshments and restrooms. So coffee you've seen back of the room, that will be there all day. There will be snacks and lunch served downstairs both days. And then this evening in our reception, there will be some appetizers and a cash bar. Restrooms down the corridor on this level, and then same mirror image downstairs, just on the left, and water cooler down there. And then, yeah, exits. There's a exit here, your closest exit, and then you'll see the signs for any number of others. And then they are also in your handout. Our gathering area is on the green area out there. And then in the event of an earthquake, you are invited to drop, cover, and hold. So our, yeah, this is a key piece for us is our note taking. So there's going to be a lot of great discussions that happen today. We can't be everywhere at the same time. So you are part of our capturing of this meeting. On the website, there are note-taking documents for all of our discussion sessions. And so we ask for volunteers when those sessions happen to download one of those documents, assign your table number to the file, and complete the notes and email them back to us. There will be hard copies provided also, but if we can kind of keep to that electronic format, it's going to make our processing that much easier. So thanks for that. And then for Q&A today, you'll notice there's not too many opportunities for kind of formal Q&A. It's a tight agenda, but we do want to capture those questions. And so we have a form-based system for that. The QR code is in your handout and available here on the screen. We will try and look at those and address any kind of immediate issues, but if you put your name on those, we will make an effort to make sure your responses get back to you. And then just a general invitation for staying connected with CRESCENT. We're active on social media with Blue Sky, and then we have a Slack channel too. So for conversation throughout the meeting and afterwards, please use those QR codes again on the back of your handout, and that will keep you connected. On the subject of connection, I am going to hand this back over to Valerie, and this is going to be our ice-breaking activity, our Cascadia Connections exercise, where we get to see who's here and how we're all connected. Thank you, Valerie.
Okay, so we're really looking forward to this exercise and seeing what comes out of it. The context for this is that this science to resilience space in the Northwest is really diverse. It's really interconnected, and probably all of you have some connection or work with somebody else in some way. So it's kind of like the, you know, first, second, third degree connection type thing. And so what we're hoping to do with this exercise, or our goal with this, is one, for everybody to learn about what our connections are to each other and to each other's work. And then also to think about contextualizing the science that we are currently doing in Crescent, as well as would like to do in Crescent. So in a lot of ways, I think we're hoping that this will help us as Crescent scientists to understand how we both best fit into the existing web of relationships and benefit all of your work and the things that you're doing. So there's two things on your table. So you'll first find one of these maps. So this is like a periodic table of Cascadia. And this is really exciting to see. This is actually something that we're really grateful to the UO Infographics Lab, because they took essentially a napkin sketch in one of my really amateur Illustrator files and turned it into this beautiful thing. And so you'll see on here a number of agencies, not all agencies that are represented here today. I think we hopefully got most of you all, but if you are missing, then the first thing we would like to do is to have one person at the table add your agency to the periodic table that's under the table number. So what's going to stay at the table at the end of today is a periodic table that's under the table number. The ones that you have in front of you, you can keep. And then the other thing that's going to stay today is what I'll describe in a moment, which is in your handout that says Cascadia Connections exercise. The second page is going to stay, and that'll go into the folder underneath the number. So I'll describe these two pieces of paper. This first one is a map essentially of many of the agencies that are here today, as well as others, and what you all work on. So this is organized from left to right by being essentially like, what type of work do you do? So are you in emergency planning and response? Are you in some sort of integrative field? So a lot of those academic research groups are here. Is it something relating to a local group or a grassroots organization? Are you working in the infrastructure space or in the response space? And then there's also federal science and warning. And then as you go from top down, this is more of a geographic focus. So at the very top are sort of federal, regional, and sovereign nations working in this space. And then below that are the 3 states, so Washington, Oregon, California. And so we've kind of tried to separate things out in that order. So this first is to give a sense of all of you as you work through this exercise. What kind of work do you do, in what geographic sense, and how does that relate to the folks that you interact with? And then that brings us to the second piece of this, which is the web of relationships. So in your handout, you'll see the second page is a blank version of this. And so this is for every individual person to fill out. So every node is an organization that has multiple other connection points with unique relationships. And then each neighboring node in turn has its own web. So you'll see over here, maybe this is your organization and you have connections to a handful of other organizations via different relationships, and each of these organizations is going to have its own web. And so what we're hoping is to someday put together a bigger picture of what this web is and what the flow of information and services and relationships looks like, to help this sort of contextualizing what our science and other work and relationships are. So in order to use this as an icebreaker exercise, what we would like to do is have you individually each fill this out for yourself and then talk about it at your table. So here's an example that we made, which is maybe you're part of a state geological agency. You might work with the USGS National Seismic Hazard Model by using some of their fault data and the ground motion models that are published, or some of the hazard estimates. You might also work with a state emergency management agency by sharing scenario needs. So maybe the emergency management agency tells you what they need in terms of scenarios, and you provide back some scenario outcomes. So this is more of a bi-directional relationship. And so we're hoping first to have you all fill this out. And Martin Lawrence from BC Hydro, ever the overachiever, has already filled his out on PowerPoint and sent it to us. And so we've got a really great example of somebody from the workshop who already has done this. So Martin's got themselves on here as BC Hydro and noting what their relationships are with, for example, the USGS and PNSN as a data source, as well as CRESCENT. They work with NRCan, GSC in terms of data source and sharing models in both directions. And then there's a sort of back and forth sharing of knowledge with a handful of other agencies down here. So this is an example of somebody at this workshop who's filled this out. So what we're going to do is do an exercise in 3 parts. The first part is on your own, take about 2 minutes to fill in your nodes. So we'll give a chime after 2 minutes. So this is fill in yourself, fill in the other organizations that you interact with, and then please add arrows either in both directions or one direction, depending on the flow of information or what the relationship looks like. And then also add a note on there as to what that relationship is. So it could be serves needs of this community. It could be incorporates information or data, something like that. Then what we're going to have you do after you hear the chime is talk about this amongst your table. So first, introduce yourselves, go around and introduce yourselves to the table using the web. If you are not on the periodic table, if somebody at the table could please label yourselves on there on the one that stays at the table. And then talk about your web. So talk about your web amongst your table, what your connections are and relationships are with other organizations. And then after about half an hour of that, we're going to have another chime. And then that means to move into the third and last part of it, which is now on the back side of your web. So if you flip it over, we'd like you to make a version of this web, but in your mind, what would an ideal relationship be? So for your mission and the kinds of things that you work on and do, and for your needs and organizations' needs, what would an ideal web look like? So would there be other organizations you would work with? Would you have sort of different types of relationships? And we're hoping to think about this in terms of what are ways that, for example, we as CRESCENT could do a better job of working with you all, but even in understanding for scenario needs, like we might talk about tomorrow, how could differing relationships and webs benefit that? And then the last bit is we're going to do a 5-minute share out. So if you could designate a volunteer at your table to label the periodic table and also do a really quick 45-second share out of something you learned, we'll be doing that at the end. Any questions about it? Okay, great. So we'll start off to have you fill it out on your own. We'll give you a chime after 2 minutes, and then the next chime after that will be to sort of wrap up part 2 of the exercise. Okay, great. So we would love to do a share out now so we can hear about some of the things you're all talking about. And so we've got about 15 minutes and 15 tables. So what would be great is if you could have a representative from, actually, before I do that, first thing to make sure don't forget to tell you, if you could leave your webs in the folder on the center of the table when you're done, because what we're hoping to do is eventually pull this all together into one larger web and then share that out with everyone. Yes. Sure. Yeah, so there was a request from someone over here to fill out the backside, the ideal web, by the end of tomorrow after meeting people and return it. And I think that would be great. The biggest thing is we just want to make sure that we get them back from you. So if you would like to do that and you're able to bring it tomorrow and fill it out tomorrow, you could do that. And then maybe remember, please, to write your table number on there, because we're also hoping to kind of see if there's any, theme in terms of who is interacting with who and what that looks like. Yeah, so I think what we'll do now is do a share out per table. So if there's someone from each table who would be willing to share just one take home point, maybe one main theme of something you talked about, we'd love to hear it throughout the room. So I don't know if we could go by table number or do popcorn style, or maybe I can just point out, would table 7 like to start? Would you like to do a share out, Lori? Maybe just 1 point.
1 point. The local column is okay. The local column is way too thin. We need to fill out local Go local.
Did someone from this table like to go?
We talked a lot about earthquake preparation at this table and about, you know, the commonalities of communication between these different organizations and how they communicate with the public and how we could learn from each other about how to do a better job of communicating and the difficulties of talking to the public, and especially with disaster fatigue and trying to understand, you know, adding earthquakes onto fire and other types of preparations, and how do we do that effectively. And we have a Venn diagram idea that we'd love to share with anybody who's curious.
Yeah, I think we'd love to see that. Table 8.
Hi. We found that we all managed to sit together. We're all from Portland, so that was fun. And we also noticed the lack of, you know, more local stuff on here, but I think you can't get everything on one page. We talked a lot about what an event could look like here and what we're each thinking about, and that we really needed more interaction between our respective groups.
Yeah, I think we definitely need to fill out the local column, and I think that also reflects sort of what Andy and I are learning about and who we've all had the chance to interact with. So appreciate that. Noted, and we'll work on that. You want me to come back? Okay. Would one of you like to give it, or I can give it? Okay.
We are mostly locals here, but we've got some education partners too. And what we discussed was very much a lack of connection between emergency local stuff and science. And we honed really quickly in on scenarios and the really poor expectation management that we have both in the professional realm and the public realm, and really feeling like we need to bulk that up. So I'm thrilled to see that that's an element of what we're doing here. And just generally talked about like who's missing from this. And there's a lot of people missing from this. Thank you.
Hello, we're a table of academic researchers and state agency or former state agency people, and we're on the need to coordinate more across that spectrum because there's a lot in the middle. And particularly for policy making, where different entities don't have the ability to do it alone. And sometimes it takes external groups to generate policy at the state and local levels, let alone bigger.
The last thing we were talking about was really how to get information to students and folks on campuses, and how to approachable ways to reach them, and how researchers can connect with them and get their information to them.
So one of the things we talked about is just there's a lot of different partners here. The information can get pretty siloed, and we're all better off if we share information amongst all response groups from everybody on this list. If we share our information, we'll be better prepared.
Gotta figure out where to go next. Maybe table 13.
Hello, we also talked about the missing link to our schools and the general public. And schools were thinking about not only universities, but also K through 12, talking to our kiddos. And I'll also note that I think almost everyone at our table, nearly everyone, uses Dogami data.
Table 4.
We had folks from a handful of different institutions, which was really fun. One of the things we noticed was that a lot of us maybe at least tenuously have a lot of the connections that we know we should have, but a lot of them just really need to be strengthened. And one other piece that we talked about is that the local organizations are a great way to connect at the local scale, but media is also a really important connection to the public. And that's just a really important piece that is easy to overlook.
I'm sharing on behalf of the remote folks who are Zooming in today. So we had
representation from a number of different organizations represented both in the US and Canada. And a couple of the themes that came out, there was a desire for a closer relationship with FEMA and resilient relationships with FEMA, sort of in response to changing political tides. Also, there was there were a lot of folks who were sort of communicating, who were part of the pipeline between sort of blue sky academic science and applying in communities, and also just a desire for more connections. And we didn't get fully to the last part, but those were some of the emerging themes.
Hi there. So everybody at this table is involved in emergency planning and response for smaller communities. And as we were kind of having our discussions, we were finding that our biggest takeaway is that on both sides of the border, smaller communities getting direct and consistent funding has been like a real challenge. And yeah, that is our biggest takeaway from the table.
Okay. So I think, you know, we had representatives from both infrastructure and state and infrastructure state. What I found sort of interesting is that, you know, at least here at CGS, we hit a lot of these boxes, and maybe it's a little overwhelming in terms of trying to manage, like, with limited resources at CGS to maintain those connections. But, you know, we sort of operate both in response mode to earthquakes and tsunamis, as well as the planning and preparedness side, and making sure that the communications to, you know, the policymakers and government officials happen efficiently is one of the things that we'd like to strengthen, I think.
Hi. I was voluntold to stand up, so here I am. All right, at our table, we have local response agencies, hydro providers, infrastructure providers, jet propulsion, satellite data, and the Department of Transportation and Insurance. Most of the conversation was about the NASA satellite data that is available in local communities, and the utilities either didn't know what was there or saw great potential in the information that's already there. And then I spoke up that insurance and recovery, I made a column on the chart. And in Canada, we have a very particular problem where companies will fail above a $25 to $35 billion earthquake. Insurance companies will fail. I am the guarantee fund for the Canadian insurance industry. And above 25 billion, multiple insurers will fail, the system will be okay. Above 35 billion in insured losses, multiple insurance companies could fail. I will send a bill to the surviving companies, which will cause the entire system to fail. So the need for a government backstop for the insurance industry in recovery, it is vital to make sure that in an earthquake model, 2/3 of the money will be insured, and to make sure that 2/3 of the money in the recovery side flows and the system works will be vital to help everybody recover.
Table 15.
Our table was very diverse. We had people from state agencies, federal agencies, international agencies, industry partners. And so we spent a lot of time talking about the integrative column and what we thought should be there, including academic partnerships, how we strengthen the connections between applied science and academic science. And then we also talked about the importance of industry partnerships. Insurance industry came up for us, risk modeling companies, private consulting, engineering firms, that kind of thing. And then we spent some time talking about how this is such a complicated web and ecosystem and how we manage all of that with limited resources. And so how can we leverage things like international partnerships where they have had to manage these sorts of things already? Countries like Japan, who have a lot of research that's done already on how to best manage messaging and communication with different communities, so we're not constantly recreating the wheel. Thank you. All right, maybe this table.
Yeah, so we also had a bit of a mix. We had some researchers from the academic side. We have more applied response local. And we talked a lot about some of the missing. So again, some of the local missing like others have found. And also it's hard to categorize some of these things because some of the agencies kind of seem like they belong in like dashed lines between the columns and how to kind of bridge more of those gaps. And another interesting thing we talked about was kind of sometimes being intimidated by other people's knowledge in their respective expertises across these lines and try to better communicate across those to kind of communicate your expertise to the others that rely on your expertise and you rely on their expertise and how to better communicate that.
All right, our table was very Tsunami focused with science, communication, and media. And so like it seems everyone else, we definitely noticed there were holes in the chart that need to be filled in of entities that are not here or not being represented, at least on this chart. But something I haven't heard about and I thought was a really good conversation we had was media relations and how do we talk to the media, especially in the changing landscape of media with a very transactional sort of, I want to say partnerships because transactional partnerships doesn't work. Transactional, you know, take and give from the media, and also the rise of AI and how that is redefining how media does media and how we are responding to that or not at this point.
Hey, good morning, family. Our table is full of state, so don't ping us against that. But the one thing we were discussing as we were going over and just understanding what each one of us did was actually more of an awareness of, with so many fantastic agencies here, getting a better understanding of what your partner agencies do, and also a real craving for an organizational structure. So in that way, all this work that's being done, the right hand knows what the left hand is doing, and we can avoid redundancies. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I think that wraps up this exercise. So I guess a reminder, if you could, if you're done with your webs, if you could put it in the folder in the center. If you could leave the periodic table in the center that you labeled and added your organizations to. And then if you want to think about your web and fill out the back part over the next couple days, then it'd be really great if you could bring it back tomorrow and write your table number on it. Any last questions, thoughts? Cool. Okay, so now we've got a break. So we've got about a 15-minute break.
Okay, folks, if I can ask you to take your seats and we'll move on to our next item, which is our science to practice case studies. So science is one of our many tools towards earthquake related resilience, and contextualizing and guiding the science questions we ask and the science we perform requires two-way conversations and partnerships. And so this session is our chance to exemplify that. We have 3 examples of successful science to practice case studies that we're going to follow with some panel Q&A for those presenters. And then after that, we'll move into some more discussion groups, mix the room around a little bit more, and think about how those themes and collaborations can happen in your particular work area. So I'm going to call up in order our 3 presentations. We'll start with presentation 1, which is from Daniel Eungard and Alyssa Tapero, Department of Natural Resources, Washington Geological Survey, and Department of Emergency Management in Washington. Unfortunately, Alyssa can't make it, but Daniel is going to carry the baton and hold 2 microphones for that presentation.
All right, hello, thank you, and good to see everyone this morning. Glad to be in front of you and see a lot of familiar faces and a lot of new faces that I'll hopefully get to meet you all later today. So I'm Daniel Eungard, I'm from the Washington Geological Survey. Again, this is supposed to be a co-talk with Alyssa Farrow from Washington Emergency Management. She unfortunately could not make it, but I will try to carry the load and answer the questions for her as best as I can. So our discussion or our talk for today is From Models to Mitigation, How Tsunami Maritime Resilience Projects Provide a Safe Harbor for Partnership Discussions. And so this project is actually a series of projects that are generally called the Tsunami Maritime Response and Mitigation Strategies. And these are projects that Washington State has been taking on across the outer coast and inner coast of Washington, looking very specifically at ports and harbors. What is the infrastructure in the ports and harbors? What is at risk if a tsunami happens? And how can we plan mitigation measures in the future to help protect and for response when the next event happens. And so from the science side of things, we're using the highest possible resolution tsunami models for this. We're looking at all of our models and the results of those models in a very maritime focused lens. And because of that, we are producing for this project and for these strategies products that we don't use anywhere else or with other communication in other ways. So as far as the partnerships of this goes, it all starts at the federal level. These projects are projects that are supported through federal grants, through NOAA, through the National Tsunami Hazard Mitigation Program. And they provide funding for the project. NOAA also provides the digital elevation models that are used in our tsunami modeling. And so that's two sources of federal support that go directly into these projects. The National Centers for Environmental Information are the ones who create the DEMs, and we are now a part of that process of reviewing. Sorry for the people in the middle, that screen keeps going on and off. But we are part of the process of reviewing the DEMs and making sure that the DEMs are clean and are reflecting the best possible topography so that it's not causing any issues with the tsunami inundation model. On the local level, on the other side of the coin, our partnerships are very strong with the port operators. And so this is particularly important when it comes to the science and understanding the infrastructure information. What is important to them? We need to know, for instance, in the image shown in the center there, the Port of Port Angeles, where are their ship anchor points where they're expecting large cargo container vessels to be sitting most of the time. If they have dredging projects where they've changed the bathymetry of their harbors, is that bathymetry being represented in the DEM, or are we using new proprietary data to include into the tsunami model? City and county EMs, of course, are part of the discussion as well, because every port is generally in a city, and there is a interagency connection there between the port emergency management and the city emergency management. And then also at the Coast Guard level, making sure that the Coast Guard is aware of what the port's plans are and vice versa, so that when a maritime event happens, that there is alerting across the port, the evacuation, if there's a maritime evacuation that is planned and prepared for, and that the vessel traffic system that the Coast Guard operates can direct traffic around the ports and harbors as needed. So on the science side of things, again, I said we use our highest resolution models to date. This is 10-foot resolution modeling, so it's significantly better than the big regional scale maps that we produce for the rest of the state. And we really pay a lot of attention to the digital elevation models here, especially looking at the harbor entrances and the jetties, because as you can see from the center picture here, it produces a very strong jetting effect in many cases, where these structures, which are generally created for storm surge and wind-driven waves, could have a maladaptive practice where it makes tsunami currents worse. And so it's a good way of assessing how bad are the currents in the harbor, and we have to have a really good DEM to do this. A lot of the DEMs that we've had previously have had gaps in the jetty just because of data collection issues. And then sometimes some of these things do change over time, and making sure that we're capturing what is on the landscape today is required for being able to make a good plan. Additionally, we have some maritime specific products, so you won't find these necessarily in our regional models. For inundation purposes, we don't generally care about these things, but when you're speaking in a maritime focus, one thing that they care about greatly is what is the minimum depth of water. The waves will draw out, sometimes at the start of the event, sometimes in the middle of the event after the first crest has come by. But it's a really critical question of when does the wave draw the water out and how shallow does it get? Because that will influence whether you're going to move ships around or if a ship is going to get stuck during the event. And so we have an example here from Bellingham, where you can see there are two dredge channels that are shown in the dark blue that stay in this is a Cascadia subduction zone event, that stayed relatively deep during the event, but you can see now the Squalicum Harbor in the center and the other harbor next to it are completely drained out. They go bone dry before the tsunami waves. So if you're planning on a maritime evacuation of ships, you now need to factor in that the water is going to drain out of that harbor and all the ships are going to be grounded if they're not out of the harbor in time. And then we also worked with University of Washington, Randy Levesque. He develops Geoclaw to help give additional products. This is a simulation of massless and mass-filled particles in Eagle Harbor. And so this is something that he developed to help communicate how do things move around in the water. So we've been showing a lot of static maps of maximum currents, maximum inundation, minimum drawdown. And this is a new product that we've been using in our latest communication to help show what is happening over time. And it gives you a real good sense of where things are going to move around to, how they're going to move as the event is happening. This is again for Cascadia and Eagle Harbor. And it helps to really identify where do you not want to be, or consequently, where should you be in an event? So that is kind of the nut and bolt of the science side of things in a quick little bit there. Now moving on and putting on my Alyssa Tapero hat, talking about the mitigation and response side. So the science side is totally focused on what is the tsunami doing? That's half the equation. The other half of the equation is what are we doing about it? And so that's where EMD has come in and helped the ports build response measures to consider. And so this is pulled right out of one of the reports. I don't remember which one exactly, but they have a list of action items to consider. And I know for most people in the room, especially in the back, that might be too hard to read. But there's a list of action items to consider, and then a ranking of, is this a feasible action that could be taken during a response? Is this something that maybe is feasible? Maybe we need to put some more planning into it. Maybe we'll ultimately go down the rabbit hole of seeing how feasible it is and decide it's not. So these are things that need review. And then there are things in the bottom in red which are absolutely not feasible for that given port or harbor. And this is each port and harbor is looked at through this lens, and they have their own analysis. So for instance, if I were to read a few of these off, moving vessels out of port needs review. Some ports have a couple hours of time. They don't have a severe drawdown issue, and so presumably they might be able to get the vessels out. Some ports have 40 minutes and have severe drawdown accompanying before the main wave arrives. Those ports may not be able to move vessels out. And so this is where that kind of discussion amongst the local partners with the port operators and then with emergency management being influenced or informed by our science helps flesh out this table. So you have your response, but you also have mitigation, which is preparing for the event before it happens. And so this same kind of framework of a list of action items and how they rank in terms of this is a feasible action, this is an action that needs review, or this is an action that is not feasible for our given port or harbor is done as well. And this is accompanying with a infrastructural analysis that the port helps do. So the port will look at their docks and facilities, and one of the mitigation measures on here would be replacing piles that are too short for the tsunami waves. Is that a feasible item? Well, the port can look at their planning horizon. Maybe they look at their 5-year plan and say, you know what? We were going to replace Dock A anyway. We should replace Dock A's pilings with pilings that are high enough to not be overtopped by the next tsunami. We know Dock C has cleats that are broken or rusty or were, not in good condition. We should really prioritize replacing the cleats on Dock C to give the ships a better tie-off position in the next tsunami. And then there are the bigger ticket items, which are like, hey, we saw in your model that the breakwater that we have established is going to cause really severe jetting. That's a problem we want to fix, but that's a problem that costs multi-millions of dollars to fix. Maybe we put that on the 10-year plan. It's not feasible today, but it's something we'll consider in the future. And so I really want to reiterate the strength of this project and the strength of what we've been working on in this is how it brings together the maritime community, which previous to the launch of these has been a very underrepresented community, surprisingly, in the tsunami science in Washington with emergency management. And so this, you can see the number of gears here showing all the different entities that are included. Not all of them maybe are applicable to each and every single port. But if you look at all 6 strategies that we are currently published and working on, they all have a role to play in some, if not all of them. And so it is a really nice mesh of local community, federal support, federal response, state government, city and county, tribes. They all kind of mesh together to make these really awesome strategies. And so with that, I have a QR code up there to get to mil.wa.gov/tsunami, which is where you can find these strategies. We have a list of the ones that have been published so far. And then coming soon, I did a sneak peek there of Port Angeles is the one we're currently working on. So you'll hopefully be seeing that later this afternoon. And I realized I got my name misspelled in there. It's Eungard. Apologies for that. And I blame Melissa because that's her slide.
Presentation 2, we have Mike Kortenhof from Oregon DEQ and Annette Tijerina Esquino from Portland State University, and they are presenting on fuel resilience in Cascadia. So if I could ask you to come up. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy, and good morning, everybody. You can see our title, and we've got 10 minutes, which is going to make for over 100,000-foot view of everything we're talking about. So bear with us on that. The alternate title for this was Science to Practice to Science, and that's a theme. We don't need to tell you all about the science that got us here, you know, realizing that we're vulnerable to earthquakes and, you know, Cascadia event and all. I'm going to talk about the implementation we're doing. And then Anna's going to talk about the science that we're learning as we go and where it's headed. So that's the theme. First, though, I'll give you a quick overview of the DEQ efforts and how we got here. And I'm wondering what button I push, maybe that one. Oh, great. So there's our title again. DEQ is working specifically on the energy facilities, the largest energy facilities in Oregon, the critical energy infrastructures hub, are the 13 of them in Portland Harbor. And this shows a map of them. There's off the map are 4 other ones that aren't in Portland Harbor. And it shows information that you may all have already heard. And I apologize to those of you that have heard this for the 5th time from me. We talked about it a little bit at the last workshop too, so that's why I'm breezing over all the information. But it is a lot of oil, 350 million gallons of oil in storage. Multnomah County's done outstanding work to research the impacts of it, which are almost indescribable. Oop, wrong button again. Because of that situation and the risks, there was a broad effort led by our own Yume Wong and Senator Michael Dembro to pass legislation in 2022. That's what got DEQ involved in this. It specifically requires those 17 facilities to do risk mitigation, to manage the risks. I glossed over the severity of the risk. We could talk about that in Q&A, but the law was passed in 2022. DEQ, and I got tasked to manage it, hire people. DEQ went about a breakneck rulemaking. I shouldn't say it that way. As fast as possible rulemaking to implement the rules, which we completed in 2023. 1 year is actually really fast, especially for something big. I hate to say that. The statute required facilities, not the rules, the statute, to submit a seismic vulnerability assessment in June of 2024. That was also breakneck speed for them and everybody. They had a 2-year warning from the rule or from the law. We created the rule that provided a little detail, and then they submitted them. The rules specify a 2-step approach, the statute too. Seismic vulnerability assessment first, mitigation implementation plan second, and we're in that process. I'm delighted to say all the facilities are supportive of this. You know, it's huge expense, huge everything. Nobody's saying it can't be done or we won't do it or anything like that. They all met that deadline to varying degrees of detail based on what they had. We've provided a round of technical review on all of them, and we're awaiting additional technical submittals before we can approve them. The rules call for a 10-year implementation of these mitigation plans. So we're a year or two away from getting mitigation plans approved. They're going to be built around a 10-year implementation timeline. Also incredibly ambitious. Some want it faster, some think it's too fast. We'll see how that works out. We're still in the seismic vulnerability assessment stage. Regarding vulnerability assessments, there's 3 components specified in rules. There is not code or definition here. The rules are a process for us. We could write code if we had to, like building code level kind of stuff, but that would take even longer. And so it's a facility specific process that we've created, which is why I'm trying to keep my remarks short. I just said we didn't write code, but we do have performance objectives. And because we've got a bunch of really old facility equipment, we recognized, and the rulemaking advisory committee, of which there's at least one member here, Nancy Heiser from the Linton Neighborhood Association, we cooked up this plan. Facilities can build new facilities to modern seismic standards. And we called out risk category 4 as an Oregon requirement, which exceeds what's normal practice for oil facilities already. That's number 2, ASCE 7, risk category 4. Most of the existing facilities, they just can't do that and stay operating or anything else. So we've got a containment strategy in place. Yes, the equipment might fail, and I'm not just talking about tanks, I'm talking about control structures, pipelines, docks, the whole enchilada that might lead to a spill. And we defined the maximum allowable uncontained spill, MAUS we call it, not a particularly impressive acronym making effort on our part, but it is a mouse-like spill, I gotta say that, 42 gallons. So we expect facilities to design containment that will survive a Cascadia event and not release more than 42 gallons per tank system. Incredibly tall order, but hopefully a little more achievable than making every piece of equipment survive. We recognize that the facilities can only do so much. The facilities are telling us that they can do things inside the fence. I've been calling this the outside the fence conversation. We've been talking to the community and we've had several convenings. This is the theme, this in my mind parallels the theme of this morning's talk about our small group conversations about we need all the interested parties involved. The facilities are telling us, the neighborhoods are telling us, you know, just the facility work inside the fence isn't enough. What about the roads? What about the water supplies? What about firefighting? So we've been hosting a series of annual events on our level, talking about with the different folks, what kind of funding is needed outside the fence. And we're continuing that even now. Huge element and my main point for getting before you this morning. For your information, DEQ did make recommendations back to the legislature about expanding the program. I don't have time to go into that, but it's here and referenced. This legislative session in Oregon, 5 bills, Yume Wong, again, a key instigator of them, were taken up and discussed, and they all appear dead for this session. The session is days away from ending on Monday. It's not dead yet in legislative world, but who knows? But maybe some of it will be back in 2026. I'd particularly call out House Bill 2949, which would have directly changed the DEQ program to require insurance for facilities. Like we're thinking if an earthquake happens before 15 years of implementation, mitigation occurs. And there's a lot of support for that, but it just couldn't get over the fence through the politics of the whole thing. House Bill 3492, super significant bill too. It would require just a study of other kinds of hazardous substances, chlorine, fluorine, hydrochloric acid, hydrofluoric acid, all kinds of things that are in storage that are potentially more life-threatening than even the oil spills in the event of a Cascadia event. And they're all over, especially in vulnerable industrial lands. So I'm going to wrap there and turn it over to Anna. Our information is here, and Anna, I'll take you to the next slide. Thank you all.
All right. I'm much shorter, so I might have to move a little to the side here. So as I mentioned, my name is Annette Esquino, and I'm a master's student working on the fuel tank seismic stability program. I'm going to share just some of the preliminary results that we've seen from the initial round of submittals. As Mike mentioned, we have 16 facilities that submitted seismic vulnerability assessments. 13 of those are in Multnomah County, with the majority at the Critical Energy Infrastructure Hub. And the smaller or the larger inset map, you can see the Cascadia locations and the Eugene locations as well for the full program. Oh, maybe that one does not work. Okay. Now, we are reviewing assessments that the facilities completed themselves. So the facilities are completing assessments. Normally, consultants do this work. It's not academic. So I'm going to show you how they looked at this. First of all, the ground motions that they considered for the Critical Energy Infrastructure Hub. They had a PGA so that's for the maximum considered earthquake, peak ground acceleration, with a mean of 0.48, median of 0.49. And they're looking at a moment magnitude mean of 8.77, median of 9. And I did go ahead and plotted all of the individual spectra that these facilities submitted. Not all facilities submitted a full spectra in their initial drafts, but you can see several facilities did site-specific procedure. A couple relied on ASCE 7 simplified spectra. And we are going to talk about this one for a little longer. So for understanding the graph, we have the spectral acceleration in terms of gravity over the period, which I'm sure everyone here is aware, but period meaning like at the ground, 0, taller structure, longer period, very tall structure, perhaps very long period. Tanks have sloshing, even longer periods. Now, looking into why we have these site-specific assessments having higher accelerations than the simplified, I did go ahead and plot just some things to compare to. We have the ASCE 716 spectra, which uses USGS maps from 2014. There was an increase in those accelerations in the 722 release, which uses USGS 2018 maps, partially because those probabilistic hazard maps accounted for basin effects that do have an effect here. And then just for comparison, I plotted the mean 5% damp spectral acceleration for the M9 motions that the University of Washington and USGS put together. So this is the median motion, and I have the median motion also multiplied times 1.5 just to compare to that maximum considered earthquake that ASCE uses. And thinking about what this means for tank structures, if you are familiar with how tanks operate, they have both an impulsive and a convective period, which means that the shell of the tank is going to shake at a certain vibration, but the sloshing liquid inside of the tank shakes at a different, slower period. So actually just highlighted the period ranges that we're talking about for tanks, as far as the impulsive periods, shorter periods at the beginning, and convective periods can go up to like 12 seconds. So I did cut the graph off at 4, but you know, if you're familiar with spectra, those get closer as you reach those much longer periods. Now, aside from looking at the ground motions that they use, we are creating a database with all of their geotechnical explorations. I'm hoping to have all of those map layers to the DEQ with like all the CPT data by this workshop next year. So hopefully you guys can use some of that information. We did get 70 subsurface explorations in the first round, more expected to come. 41 of those were CPTs. The rest were borings or test pits. And then what are the displacements that the facilities predicted? They vary, including facilities that sit directly next to each other. And we see a variance of, you know, this is for lateral displacements, either no displacement was considered or anticipated or assessed. And then there's some facilities that reported more than 10 feet of lateral displacement, 10 feet of lateral displacement that their facilities would anticipate. Looking at the vertical settlements, we also see a pretty wide range, vertical settlements ranging from 5 inches to around 20 inches. And these are the CEI hub facilities. So what are we doing with some of this? Liquefaction and displacement analysis is a complex process that involves a lot of different methods at a lot of different steps. So you have to determine whether your soil has the capacity to liquefy, whether your earthquake is going to be stronger to cause that soil to liquefy, and of course, what the effects are going to be after your soil has liquefied. A lot of different processes. You can come and talk to me at my poster to talk about every individual step, but just to look at the refinement of their methods, we looked at the methods for the lateral and vertical displacement methodology. So if they're using something like a simple empirical correlation, these are the Yaudadal Zhang correlations that are based on case studies of prior displacements, then you could have things like a simplified analytical method that uses limit equilibrium. So you try and find the yield acceleration for your soil column, and then you put it into a numeric sliding block, estimate your displacements there. Those models don't include things like strain hardening. So it's a broad brush approach. And then there's, of course, detailed numerical models. Those are the Plaxis, and those actually work in soil constitutive models to try and better, more accurately predict anticipated movements. The majority of the sites in the CEI hub did the number 2 level of refinement, this limit equilibrium process leading to numeric sliding block. Several also relied on correlations. One had a FLAC model. Though if you want to talk about modeling, you know, there's things that FLAC model itself could also improve. And now we're looking at, well, what effect does that have? What I have on the screen here is a correlation plot. So it is showing the maximum both positive and negative correlations. So for example, if you work in a seismic vulnerability, you probably know that the closer you are to the river, the more displacements that you would have. And we do see that negative correlation, less distance from the river, more displacements estimated. Of course, there's a relationship with site class, since that is really how we define the strength of our soil columns. And then we also see a negative correlation with the estimation methods, meaning that the more refined estimation methods did tend to yield lower overall displacements. This is, I think, what many of us would expect and hope to see, that the empirical correlations, these most simplistic methods, are conservative. Now, a little bit about Next steps for us, we are making some independent displacement maps for the Department of Environmental Quality, and we are going to be documenting all of this information so that you all can benefit from the data that really comes from these assessments, because there's quite a lot of data wrapped into any individual seismic vulnerability assessment. So yeah, with that, thank you very much. And hopefully we'll talk more at my poster if you guys want to discuss a little bit more about this program.
Last presentation is from Lisa Busch and Annette Patton, formerly from the Sitka Science Center, and I'm going to invite them to talk about their landslides.
Hi, I'm Lisa Busch. I'm with Central Council Tlingit Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska, and I'm with Dr. Annette Patton, who's from Oregon State. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. That's perfect. No, that's perfect. Okay. And we're really excited today to give you a short case study of what we've learned about working with community and building community partnerships with tribes and rural communities in Southeast Alaska. And basically how we attempted to answer questions that communities had about geohazards. So this picture, to most of you in the room, it may seem obvious to you that we have steep mountains, we measure rain in feet. It would be obvious that we would have landslides. But in 2015, when we had our landslide in Sitka, it completely caught us off guard and on our heels. We didn't know anything about landslides. And at the time, I was the executive director of the Sitka Sound Science Center. And as our nonprofit reached out to the scientific community all over the country. And we basically asked the scientific community for help. And to their credit, they said yes. And we basically said, what scientific questions can you answer that will make our community feel less anxious? So, long story short, we did that. We reached out to the scientific community and we got a National Science Foundation grant. And we worked with a lot of state, federal, academic, tribal partners. And we created a community-based landslide warning system. So to kind of cut to the chase here, what did we learn about partnerships? And partnerships, a good partnership is basically the same thing that goes into a good friendship. This is not magic. This is not different than what we do in real life. Learning to communicate, being aware of balance in a relationship, remaining remaining curious about other people's and other perspectives, and taking time to build a two-way trust. A good friendship is not one directional. It's not calling your partners stakeholders or clients or even audience members. Your partners are your equals.
So this partnership is where I came into the picture. My name is Annette. I am a geomorphologist and landslide researcher. At the time I started working with Lisa several years ago, I was working at the University of Oregon, go Ducks. I currently work for Oregon State University, go Beavers. And as a scientist, it was really fun to come into this project with the questions from the community that were really driving the charge. And the punchline here is that the feedback and the input from the community, where they told us their needs and their values, absolutely informed every element of the project in its final form, both the form of our sort of early warning system and the science that drives it. So the format here, we ended up producing a public-facing web dashboard that provides real-time risk estimates. And this reflected the values of the community to have access to information that contextualized risk so that they could make informed decisions individually. And depending on who in the community you were talking about, they often had very different risk tolerance. And so their needs and their decision-making process was variable, which meant we needed to provide information that allowed individuals and municipal or tribal entities to make their own decisions. Now, on the science side, I would love to talk to you about this for hours because I can get really nerdy about the statistics here. But the punchline is that we did a lot of model selection that reflected the need of the outcome. So we had to get really creative about using a small data set that was really locally specific. It led to a lot of creativity and scientific innovation. So the questions that we heard were really informative in terms of what science we actually did in a really fun and creative way. We ended up using a really simple statistical model that uses 3-hour rainfall forecasts to estimate risk. And this, again, this is what we found for Sitka. It was really locally contextualized. This probably doesn't apply in other parts of the world. I know folks of you maybe think about landslides in Seattle or Portland that maybe use longer periods of rainfall. But this model that we ended up using was calibrated for Sitka to meet their needs. And the threshold selection that we used also reflected community values.
And right when we were finishing our community landslide, a deadly landslide happened in a nearby town that also took 3 community members. And a few years later, one happened in Wrangell, another nearby town that killed 6 people. And then last year, someone died in Ketchikan in a landslide. And again, long story short, that led us to go back to the National Science Foundation, apply for COPE dollars, and we built, we're now working with 6 other communities in the region and using the same model. Basically, we have this team of scientists that has been trained up in how to work in rural and tribal Alaska and going into the communities and saying, how can we help you answer your specific geohazard questions?
And so this was a slightly different experience where instead of starting with a community that had reached out to us, we had to start building relationships from scratch. So some of the logistics that go into that are really worth mentioning, at least briefly here. And it looks like a lot of different things. There's no one strategy that's going to make you suddenly have a best friendship with a new community or a new partner. And it takes time. So we had a lot of meetings and conversations with community representatives, either official or unofficial. We held semi-formal workshops, kind of like what we're doing here, to build connections and just establish a dialogue. And we started diving into small projects that we could kind of bite off at the beginning so that we were starting to work towards those bigger, longer term goals. And again, just like a good friendship, you don't meet somebody and like immediately become best friends with them, or I mean, maybe you do, but I don't. It takes time to get to know somebody, and it takes time to build trust by showing commitment and by following through over time. I also want to acknowledge that mistakes in this process are absolutely going to happen. We're all humans. And again, just like your friendship with your best friend, hopefully you have at least one friend. You probably are not a perfect person, and they probably are not a perfect person either. And acknowledging and accepting the discomfort of the fact that you're probably going to say the wrong thing, maybe be a little culturally insensitive, it's going to happen. And if you make that mistake and then tuck tail and run away, that's probably the worst mistake you could make. But instead, recognizing that you're probably going to put your foot in your mouth. Again, you're going to repair this the same way that you would in a friendship. If your friend has ever hurt your feelings, you know what a sincere apology looks like, and you know what genuine intention for good looks like. So you're going to make mistakes, and you're going to just have to repair that with your new science friend. One really quick example that I can give you is that when we started putting together the budget proposal for this project, we underestimated the amount of time we would be asking for from our partners in the communities. And we didn't have enough money in the budget to support the time investment that they were giving to us. And thanks to the feedback from some of our partners, they shared that with us that like, hey, actually, I'm out of time on this project. If you want me to help you more, you have to pay me more. And we were able to restructure the budget and come up with a little bit more financial support for our partners. So that's just, we didn't mean to shortchange them. We didn't mean to undervalue their expertise, but we did, and we had to work through it together.
Another really important thing, and I know this is obvious to this room, is communication. But when I say communication, I don't mean communication in the way scientists communicate. So when scientists communicate, they have to gather a lot of data. They have to gather a lot of evidence. And then when they get up in front of people, they're confident in what they know because they have all this evidence and they have all this data. And in rural and tribal Alaska, that confidence can come across as arrogant. And so how do you demonstrate humility? You demonstrate humility by listening. And let's face it, we do not come from a culture of listening. not in this country. So learning to listen and sort of demonstrating that you are listening, I think is really, really important. And what does that mean? That means allowing for long pauses. That means asking questions, open body language, showing that you understand the culture. And finally, we're like you guys, we're like CRESCENT. We are building relationships across the region, and we're at the stage now where we're really trying to deepen those relationships. And we're thinking next steps about what we're going to do when the National Science Foundation dollars run out. And we've built a new group called the Southeast Alaska Landslide Information and Preparedness Partnership, SLIPP. I'm the director. And we're hoping to, like I said, deepen those relationships that we've been building over the last 5 to 10 years, depending on what community you're in. And with that, I would like to thank you very much for the opportunity to be here today.
All right, thank you so much. I think we're going to move straight into the panel. So we'll have a handful of questions from the panel. So we'll move over to the other chair, but if the speakers from the session want to come up. Awesome. Well, thank you so much to all of you. We really appreciated that. And so we've got a handful of questions that we'll ask. So these are all in line of thinking about, we're all here today to sort of form partnerships. And I think in particular in the sort of connecting science to applied societal problem space. We really appreciate the expertise that you've brought in talking about the projects and where you've done that successfully. So we've got a handful of questions that are in that vein, and then if we'll have some time for all of you if you've got some questions at the end too. So I guess maybe one of the first questions I have is maybe Mike and Anna, I'm not sure I completely, I think I kind of understand it to some degree how the broader project came about, but I'd love to hear a little bit about how specifically the collaboration between your groups and sort of connecting the need to the science, how did that come about?
I would say necessity is the mother of invention. On that, we got an incredibly demanding mandate, and we turned immediately to Portland State University, who was dramatically involved with the work already, doing research, ground level research, policy research. We got a contract going very quickly with the Institute for Sustainable Solutions at PSU that got Anna, and before that, UMA and others is how it came. And DEQ never will have the muscle, technical or labor to do this alone. We've also got peer engineering firms on contract that are guiding us technically because we're running the process. Do you add anything on it?
I'll admit I wasn't involved with the program when we, as PSU, started helping. I know we helped through the rulemaking, but I'll say, as an academic and a researcher myself, it really is getting the most out of this great effort. Like all of the individual seismic vulnerability assessments are a lot of work and they're publicly available, but who is going to go and digitize all their explorations? That's not something I could imagine an agency like DEQ or other public agencies would have the time to do, but it provides a really, really good resource. And I'll admit, as a person that worked in consulting, what a fantastic research project, because you get to see seismic vulnerability from the start to the end and really learn about, well, what are these decisions that we make meaning by the time we get to the end. So it's been fantastic. And we got to work with a consulting group as well. So like, we're not doing that work. We get to do more with the work that's done.
Maybe a question for Daniel is, I'd wonder if you'd be willing to talk about what you think made the partnership successful, or if you can kind of give more details on also how that came about.
Yeah, absolutely. From the science side of things, our partnerships are very successful in the sense that they're very long-standing. With the federal government through NOAA and working with not in this particular project, but a lot of other projects, FEMA, we've been working with them for years, and so we have that trust that's already been built. We have those connections with the people at those institutions that have already been built. And then with EMD as well, state agency is state agency. We've been working with them for years. And so we have a very long-standing level of trust between our agencies. In fact, Alyssa's trusting me to give this presentation and talk by myself because she's not here. But what's kind of new to that is the port side of things and the local side of things. We've had a lot of previous interaction with the cities and counties in particular. And so that wasn't really new. But the ports were a very fresh entity to these discussions. Part of the success of that is in the fact that, and I think borrowing from what Annette, your talk said, the curiosity, they were curious. Moreover, they were, needing to do something about it. They recognized that there was a need that needed to be met. They needed a solution, and that helped engage them with us. Recognizing that ports are, in many cases, kind of quasi-governmental entities in and of themselves. They have a whole lot of tenants that are on their property with a lot of diverse opinions, a lot of diverse needs. And so working with the port authorities and having them help us understand who is in the port, what is their concerns, what are their needs, who should be brought to the table for the discussions, how often should we discuss, what day of the week is the best day of the week to have these discussions. Having the port authority be the lead to that has been very powerful in making the partnership work really well. And then the same thing for the tribal, we have one that we did that was strictly with the tribal government. Even though it's a tribal government, the framework worked really well because the problems that we were trying to address were the same problems, and the procedure to go through them was, roughly speaking, the same procedure. You're just working now, instead of with a quasi-governmental agency, you're now working with a tribal agency. There's a lot of similarities between them and a few differences that you do need to keep mindful of when working with a partnership like that.
Thank you. And then I think Annette and Lisa, you kind of touched on this, but I'm wondering if you could tell us if you have examples of, some maybe like challenges that you encountered along the way, and how you feel like you were able to address those successfully.
Yeah, I think Annette spoke about one of them, about sort of mistakes that we made along the way. And of course, I think you sort of learn the most from your mistakes. Another mistake that I made was thinking that, I'm a communicator, so I'm going to send emails, I'm going to send phone calls, I'm going to text. And I would be frustrated that I would not hear back from tribes or communities. And one time, kind of late in the game, a tribal leader said to me, "Sometimes no answer is your answer." And, I thought that was kind of sort of an important cultural lesson. But also, in our neck of the woods, our communities have very low capacity. They'll have one person who's doing all the environmental monitoring for, that's fish, that's water, that's air, that's geohazard stuff. So sort of recognizing that is very, very low, I think is important.
I think that's a really important one. Some of those communication styles are often sources of tension, and recognizing that your communication and somebody else's communication might be different, and they're not better than or worse than the other, but that you just might have to find common ground. Another, I think, really important challenge that we started working through is just like what it takes to have multiple types of organizations and agencies and governments working together. Something that I've really come to recognize is the fact that it's really important to understand the structure of how a different government or agency works when you're planning your project. So for example, as an academic researcher, some of our academic partners at universities, 50% of their position is just to do research, and they have a lot of flexibility in their time. And of course they need funding for the research resources, but their time is available. Or maybe they have graduate students whose time is available. And that's really different than most consulting or government agencies, that they have to, often document their time down to 15-minute increments. And they don't just have the capacity to work beyond what is budgeted. And so knowing some of those structural differences in these different agencies is really important for creating an equal partnership. Because if you want to have an equal partnership where you're respecting each other's time and expertise and knowledge, you might have to kind of think through, what does your work plan look like? What do you currently have capacity for? And what resources would you need to be fully engaged in this project?
One other thing too, lived in my town, most of my life, and I thought I knew who should be the community connectors in the other communities. And that was not the right thinking. And what we ended up doing, and which I think was way, way better, is letting the communities pick who they wanted to be their connector, who they wanted to represent their community and help guide the scientists through their community. So I think that was another one that was kind of maybe seems obvious to everyone in the room, but it didn't seem at the time.
Do this for hours.
Well, maybe what we can do is take a few minutes if there are any questions from all of you, either about the specific projects or even just about, forming these types of partnerships and relationships. And I can walk around with the mic if there are any questions. Yeah. Ellen?
I actually had a question for you guys, just about the Sitka landslide risk indicator. I'm not quite sure what to call it. It's unusual to have one of those. And I'm curious if you can tell us a little bit more about that and if you've had any comments about it since then. Helpful, not helpful, what else is needed or not?
We think it's the first community-based landslide warning system in the country. It is unusual, and we're really super proud of it. And Annette did a lot of the science to build the model for the web app. And so I'm going to let you talk about it.
Yeah, I think, like Lisa mentioned, as far as we know, this sort of public-facing, very localized sort of web dashboard is somewhat unique. There are a couple other systems that are similar for other kinds of hazards or for other types of settings, but nothing that's like really targeted to the public in this way. There's certainly room for improvement. We haven't had a chance to do a really formal assessment in the community, but we have gotten some informal feedback from community members with things like ways that we can improve the communication that's on there. If you want to look, it is mobile compatible and it's designed to be to load well even when you have fairly low bandwidth. So you can pull it up on your phone, sitkalandslide.org. I won't be offended if you look at your phone. So we've gotten feedback about some things that needed to be clearer and just the presentation. So things like people were sometimes confused if the dashboard was actually working properly when it says that there's low risk, because the model actually, and we've done a lot of statistics. I'll save the deep dive into the statistics for one-on-one conversations. But we feel pretty confident about having fairly low landslide risk, even when rain is pretty heavy to moderate. And so people would see that low risk and be like, I don't think it's working. I don't think it's been updated. And so we had to create a little bit more information on the dashboard about when was this last updated using National Weather Service data, and a little bit more information about, if you see that the update timestamp is more than an hour ago, maybe you need to consider current weather conditions, check out the Weather Service. But this is when it was last updated. So a little bit more forward-facing information about how it's updated and things like that.
When we first had this idea, it's actually the National Weather Service's idea to have some kind of warning system. We thought, again, this is totally naive, but we thought, oh, we'll just use the tsunami warning system because we already have that and everybody knows about it. And when we held community workshops, we were like, no, we won't know if we should go uphill or downhill. We absolutely do not want to use that. So then we're kind of like, okay, what do we use? Beepers? What do we use? And a really important, and this was sort of what Annette was getting to during our talk, was a really important thing was that the community said they did not want to be told what to do. And maybe this is true in Oregon, it's definitely true in Alaska. They did not want the government telling them what to do. And so they wanted a web app where they could make their own decision. They could go to the web app and make their own decision whether they should evacuate or not. And the fire chief really likes that idea too, especially because it is new. And he doesn't want to be responsible for telling everyone to evacuate, and the response side, not the emergency management side, isn't ready yet either. We don't have a place in our small town where we can all go as a community. So we're setting up the fire chief wanted us to set up this idea of partnerships. So if there's a tsunami warning, I have a partner uphill, I can go to her house. And if there's a landslide warning, she can come down to my house down sea level.
Great. Maybe time for another couple questions. Are there any? No, thanks. Lori?
Yeah, I want to thank all of you for great presentations. And it's great to see these relatively new partnership programs go into place. So my question, and I'd like to hear all of your response, is how do you think you can institutionalize these? Like when you folks might no longer be interested in the project or you get too old like me, how do you see it continuing, and what are, especially right now, we have big challenges. So let's hear you.
Yeah, I think whomever would like Daniel. Sorry.
All right. Well, I'm pretty young-ish still, so I think institutionally I should be around for a while. EMD did an analysis at our current rate of 1 port per year. How many, or at what year would we be complete with all of the publicly owned ports and harbors in Washington State? And it's 2055, if you're curious. So at our current pace, you could kind of see that we've got the long game in mind. One of the concerns we have, of course, is that this funding was federally derived, and that funding source is unstable at the moment. And so there's certainly a lot of discussion that needs to be had in terms of looking at alternate funding sources. Some of the ports may, in fact, be capable of self-funding their own studies, or helping us fund these studies, and that's something we could look into. There's potentially a few other options that we could look into, and so that is probably one of our biggest challenges, is just keeping the momentum going that we've built up, given that uncertainty. But the process is very, I don't want to say straightforward, because that somehow minimizes it, but it's very well templated. It's very well laid out. EMD has done an amazing job making it very clear what the steps are to get to the end of the process. And so really it's just getting the funding to do it and then putting it into action and getting to the end would be my response.
Institutionalizing us, we're on a 10 to 20-ish year project, so by nature it's institutionalized in our rules. The convenings I mentioned are essential part of it. Just having the networks, joining groups like this for these conversations will dramatically help. The legislation I mentioned is the bureaucratic way to institutionalize, and that's an incredibly slow and unpredictable path, but it still has to be focused on. So the policy work. I'll end with, DEQ in our rulemaking did get incredibly creative regarding fees that we charge so we can keep working. Half of the program was envisioned to be paid for by tax dollars. We knew that wasn't enough. We got it into statute, and we wrote a flexible fee schedule that, as we need more help from PSU, from private sector peer engineers and the like, we can scale up our costs. And we're fortunate to be dealing with really big facilities, really deep pockets. They're talking hundreds of millions of dollars of investment. So our fees are trivial to nobody said that in those words, but nobody's complained about our fees, which is really rare and for us. And they know that they need us to do our bit. So I hope that's going to help too.
Yeah, I'll say that for the institutional framework of it, I'm a graduate student that is going to graduate before this program is even near over. So I'll tell you that in my personal life, DEQ has this information publicly. They're a fantastic agency to work with. Even when I'm not getting paid for research, I'm going to keep my eyes on their page and the things that come in, and I'm going to make the public comment. Again, that's what I do as an individual, but I think when you learn about these things that I really care about resilience, I was like, well, whether or not the DEQ wants me to, I'll be trying to work with UMA and trying to figure out policies to kind of close some of these gaps, because there's some large gaps to still be closed and being able to prepare for Cascadia.
I think it's a good question about how to institutionalize some of these projects, but I would also maybe sort of caution the question itself with the fact that we build relationships with people and not with agencies. And so institutionalizing something at an agency level is great in sort of that long-term perpetuity, but the institutionalization, like the goal of that, I think should be to support the long-term capacity of the people and the, helping prevent that really rapid turnover of people. So long-term funding strategies, whether that's projects that have 5, 10, 20 years, fee structures, whatever you can do to support the people in the institution, like that's who you have a partnership with. I don't have a partnership with the U.S. Forest Service. Like the U.S. Forest Service doesn't know who I am, but Jackie Foss at the U.S. Forest Service totally knows who I am. So I think institutionalizing is all about the people and supporting the people in the long term.
Right. Something else that I think is important is we were talking at our table about how people forget so quickly. I mean, we had a landslide 10 years ago. That was all anyone thought about for years. And now it's like, what? And the next community and the next community has had a landslide and they're kind of going through the same thing. But I think continuing to reflect back to the community that they think this is important using the media. And I see that as a really important form of community engagement is pitching stories to reporters, answering reporter questions, mentioning landslide in public forums any way, or earthquakes in public forums anywhere you can. Just reminding the community, you think this is important, don't forget about it.
Awesome. Thanks so much to all of you. I think what we're going to do is move on to the breakout sessions. So you can leave, we can leave the mics up here. Okay, and so now, I should just keep holding this. What we'd love to do is give you all an opportunity to talk about some of these things with each other. So what we've done is there are a handful of you who offered to run a breakout group essentially around a theme or a topic that you think is interesting and could use partnerships like the ones that we just saw. So there are 6 in-person topics and then 1 remote topic. So in terms of the 6 in-person topics, you can find a longer description of these in your handout. So in the handouts that you got at the registration desk or the entry desk, there are longer descriptions of what all of these are about. So you can take a moment to sort of read those and see which one is the most interesting to you. Really quickly, I'll give you the titles of them. So there's one about multi-agency response planning that will be led by Tim Dawson, and that's going to be at tables 1 through 3. Yeah, so Tim, if you could stand up and raise your hand. So if you're interested in multi-agency response planning, tables 1 through 3 over there are going to be your tables. If you're interested in site responses to ground shaking and behavior, in particular in sort of this region, those are tables 4 to 6, and that will be led by Jay Wilson. You could raise your hand. Thank you. If you're interested in public awareness and preparedness, that's tables 7 through 9, and that's Bob DeGroot and Dare Baldwin. If you could both stand up. Oh, great, and Marcy will be leading that one as well. So that's table 7 through 9, so that's kind of in this general area. There's a table about ongoing tsunami research, education, and outreach needs. So that will be Carrie Garrison Laney, if you could raise your hand. And that's tables 10 through 12, which I think is back in that corner. There's one about critical infrastructure resilience at tables 13 through 15 back there, which will be led by Yume Wang. And then last but not least, there is one about community-driven science, which will be at tables 16 through 18 in that corner, and that will be led by Lisa Busch, who is one of our panelists. Who is, I'm not sure where Lisa went, but hopefully you recognize her from the panel. Great, okay. And so what we'll do is, we'll give you a moment to move around to your tables. So the first thing is find the table that is the most interest to you, one of those 3. If it's full, we request that you please go to your second most favorite topic and move over to those tables. what we're going to do is, these are the instructions. So we'll have you discuss the following prompts. So the facilitator will kind of lead as they want. This is just a suggested format. We're going to have these prompts, which is talking about the project, and then related to that project and all of your interests. What is the societal need and goal for your project or discussion topic? Who are the relevant parties who should be working on it? What specific things do we need research on, and what are possible next steps? So for the facilitators, if you could assign somebody at your table to take notes, you can find the note-taking document to download for this session at that URL, and the questions are on the document, so you can just start to fill it in for your table. And then at the end, if you could email that to cascadiaquigs@uoregon.edu. So what we'll do is we're gonna allow you to move around. We're gonna sound a chime at about 25 minutes, which is your sign that you have 5 minutes to wrap things up. Finish taking your notes, and then we're going to do a share out after that. So prepare your take home points. Great. All right, I think we're going to start the report out. So I don't know if Tegan or the Zoom room, maybe we'll have them do it when she wraps up and comes out. Okay. Yeah, so I think we'll walk around, and if we can do 2 minutes per 3 table pod, and if you could just report out on, you know, in 1 to 2 minutes, a couple of the key things that you talked about, or sort of like key takeaways from it. We'd love to hear it within the room, whether it's about the project itself or even just sort of partnerships and kind of answers to these questions. I don't know if there's any brave group that would like to go first. All right.
Hello. This group is for site responses to ground shaking and site behavior. And we immediately recognize that there's a lot of work to be done in Cascadia for better research and characterization of local ground shaking due to the soil interactions with the site during the earthquake, and better understanding the long period shaking. But we also realize there's a lot of different audiences and parties that are involved, whether it be the engineering community, whether it be the research community, whether it be you know, all the way down to the local community level. And one example here at our table being for tribes worrying about earthquake-induced landslides. We talked a bit about the nature of communication when we were talking about social needs and kind of the challenges of how do you represent this type of data at a general scale versus at a very specific scale. And then specific things we need to do research on. I'm going to hand it over here real quick.
I'll say I noted 2 things that I think we need to do more research on. The difference in between long duration subduction zone motions compared to, you know, crustal earthquakes, and how cumulative absolute velocity or something that considers the duration can improve our analysis, and soil structure interaction and the effect that that has on the displacements that we could expect to see in our region and the actual amplification at the site.
I mean, we've worked to get through the questions, so we appreciate how that this has been organized and set up, but hope we can meet the expectation of turning all of this in. I'll hand it over to the next group. Any takers?
Yeah, who'd like to go next? And if you could also restate the title of your group. We're doing by page.
So, sorry, my name is Heidi, and I was working with a group that was looking at multi-agency response planning. Our particular table was interesting because we were actually half emergency managers from local community and half technical experts. So really we were discussing kind of what do the emergency management in these local communities need from the technical community. I think maybe 4 things jumped out to me. One is that communication is needed in terms of not necessarily like earth science or engineering specifics, but really how long is it going to take to restore routine functions that members of my community are going to need. So translating our science and knowledge into tangible functions and services that can be really tangible to members of the community. Also impact about like visuals that help them understand what the impacts to their community could be. And we also heard kind of in the immediate before an earthquake, this tension of planning for worst case scenarios versus maybe a more routine earthquake. And when you go, which way you go in your this planning makes a big difference and can be confusing in how you can express this is the worst case, but what really level we should be planning for. And then we also talked just a little bit about how much right after that earthquake, what is going to be needed. So our emergency managers really got put on the spot. I apologize. But basically they just said that they're going to be really overwhelmed. So it's going to be hard to know what they're going to need. And also that knowing though the timeline of this expected recovery will be really helpful in the immediate aftermath. So as much as the scientific community can help be expressing back to them timeline of expectations, they can then communicate that.
And just, we were in the same topical area, and I think we'd follow up with saying exercises were something that we thought were really valuable to both practice our emergency response and making sure that we try and get everyone under the same umbrella when we do those exercises. So even though one core group might be coordinating it, reaching out to other agencies, companies, cross state and tribal and maybe even international boundaries to really include everyone, because it's going to be a huge response for Cascadia. But also exercises to help practice scientific data collection, because that some of those call trees, things have changed, and people that you think are there may not be there anymore. And so make sure that we're thinking about that from the scientific side as well as the emergency response side.
Maybe we go to the Zoom room real fast. I can take the mic. And I think also for those of you who are using it, I think the feedback happens when you're under one of these speakers. So if you notice it, just kind of like try and move away. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. I was in the Zoom room where we had some really great participation, and especially a few more Canadians. We were talking generally about multi-agency coordination. And so when we were thinking about some of the ways that we should go about that or challenges, some of the points that really stood out to me, one was trying to avoid siloing by looking for common overlap. What are the common problems that different agencies are already facing, because that's a natural spot to try to collaborate together and to do work that's more efficient and integrated. There's also a great point about thinking about the sequencing of different interventions that we might use to try to reduce seismic risk, and how you need to get that sequencing right. And so you need to have the agencies responsible for the different pieces in the same room in order to do that. When we talked about unanswerable questions or research that needs to be done, I think the big standout was that when decision makers have to use this information, they need to think about more than just earthquake. And that might be in terms of thinking about other associated perils, things like fire following earthquake or tsunami, which for some communities may far more impactful than the earthquake itself, but also thinking about the other larger challenges that decision makers are facing, thinking about things like housing affordability, like health crises, the opioid crisis. These are things that people are having to make decisions about simultaneously with earthquake. So I think we need to make sure that we're able to think about how to answer some of those questions, or answer questions about earthquake in the context of those larger issues. When we thought about what would be next steps, there was a really great point about when you get some of those unanswerable questions, knowing who you can point that person to in a different agency. For example, having contacts who might know more about wildfire. If they want to know how does wildfire compare to earthquake, maybe you need to get those people all in a room together. So having those contacts is really valuable. There's also a good point about getting really simplified information in the form of maybe a one-page document that takes into account some of the financial costing of different risk reduction measures. And that might be for decision makers who are maybe more in a government type of role, policy role, or it might be for someone like a homeowner or a tenant who wants to think about how they can make changes. And then we had a good push to remind how great scenario work is for a lot of this, because I think especially in the scenario world, we do have the opportunity to sometimes tie in some of these larger unanswerable questions that broadly can be unanswerable, but maybe for a specific scenario, we might be able to bring in all the tsunami information, the fire following, talk about insured values, talk about different retrofit options. Thank you. Thank you. then I'm realizing actually that you're part of, that this is like a 3-table answer, right? Okay, sorry to cut you off in the middle.
No worries. We're the last table for this multi-agency response planning. So we talked about a need for communication across the Pacific Northwest, focusing on 2 weeks ready. It was an excellent point. There's some messaging out there that's still only 3 days. We discussed a need for an alert app, something like Watch Duty for wildfire, which is data rich and user friendly. And we talked about kind of agencies and who might be able to develop something like that. Largely, we were focusing on that because there was a discussion of all of these new kind of data-rich tools that we have and that we're using that are web-based, that will become inaccessible to those of us who might be in the area of impact. Let's see, need for a Pacific Northwest-wide response planning as well. So emergency responses moving out of the impact region to places like Boise or Bend or wherever. That's it for our table.
So I think in the interest of time, we'll have to do 1 report out per 3-table pod for the remaining tables. So if there's one pod that, I don't know if you all want to go next. Okay, so this is public awareness and preparedness.
Right, so we're focusing on public awareness and preparedness. And one thing that came up was the importance of listening to the community. Listening to the community, so making it less of a one-way street, more outreach campaign, and finding out what people actually already know, what they think is feasible and reasonable to do preparedness-wise and in the moment, response-wise, after the fact, so on and so forth. Currently, a lot of our goals have been on the scientific side, and so how do we simplify all of that scientific information in order to make it accessible for lay, public, and user understanding and use? So we need research into what's actually working communicatively. And how do we scale down large models to specific communities, community-sized programs? We also noted that there does seem to be a problem of public exhaustion with multiple websites, multiple sources that people need to go to for information. We need to figure out how to consolidate to one source, or at least to have a kind of central source that provides links to the other sources that people can then move to as they remain curious and interested. And a needs assessment, what do we need versus what do we actually have already? How do we use this needs assessment to guide the creation of an end game here? And we were also realizing at another table that what we actually need to educate people about is a theory about earthquake safety, or a mental model about how to prepare, how to be safe in earthquakes across various contexts. And that is in the discipline of psychology, that's known to be a radically difficult training problem, is to gift people with a theory that allows them to generalize across diverse situations and contexts. And so that's what we think needs a lot of investigation, is the best method for achieving that abstract level understanding that gives people the power to decide for themselves effective protective action across contexts. We wonder more specifically how much repetition is needed across diverse contexts for people to develop this sort of generalized understanding that translates into effective protective action. And there are a variety of other questions that stem from that general issue about training on mental models. And lastly, we, from another table, the focus was on thinking about the power of convening conversations with people from multiple perspectives, rather than just thinking about developing materials for public awareness, but really bringing people into conversation so that we understand those multiple perspectives more effectively. You want to add anything, Marcy, to that? Because there was another part to that.
So building on the idea of studying the power of convening, what some people at our table noticed was that when people talk to each other, rather than just like have an expert model with a learner model, but we bring everybody together as peers who have wisdom to share, actually there's a lot of learning and ideating that happens in that moment. It can help with the cross situation because people are talking about their real lives, and people have noticed different outcomes. So doing research on what are those outcomes.
Thank you. There's a lot of those tables. Okay, so now we can do ongoing tsunami research, education, and outreach needs.
Thanks. So between the two tables, we covered a few different topics. One of the first things that this table talked about was the need for some additions to what our tsunami hazard modeling includes. And this table touched on that too. One of them was tsunami sediment transport modeling, so that marinas will have an idea of how they can expect tsunamis to move sediment around, and whether their channels might end up blocked or impacted. And then this table also talked about debris. How much debris is tsunami going to generate? The modeling can show where the debris will end up. We also need to have an idea of what is in the debris, like what kinds of things are in the debris. Are there toxic things? And then how to plan for after, who's going to clean up the debris? How is it going to be moved? Where is it going to be put? And this all depends on some kind of hierarchy, like we got to get the really toxic stuff out first, and then we can deal with the less toxic stuff. So like enhanced modeling for planning, I think that's sort of like the big umbrella of those things. And then we had a discussion about potential problems between federal agencies who have responsibilities for earthquakes, like USGS, earthquake early warning, versus NOAA and the Weather Service, who do alerting for tsunamis. And so a person in California on December 5th of last year was getting WIA messages. They were getting earthquake early warning and also tsunami warning information. And we went into a lot of detail about what the perfect world might look like. Maybe one, like you talked about, one source, one message that has links to others. Having some of the folks in this group have spent a lot of time thinking and talking about some of these issues. So there may be in the future, both of the tsunami warning centers are going to have a common system that they work on, which they didn't before, which they don't right now, but they will. So some of these things may be able to be addressed, but right now that's still a pretty tough problem, and it involves getting better agency coordination. And did I leave anything out? Oh, yes. Go see Lori Dengler's poster later on, because it's all about this December 5th event on the Mendocino Fault, which was a strike slip earthquake. Don't generally make tsunamis from them. You can trigger submarine landslides, but how to convey to the public, yes, there was an earthquake. Yes, you just got a tsunami warning, but not likely to make a big tsunami from this event. There's a lot of information that can change, people's response. And how do you get it to the public in a short period of time in a way that it makes sense? So these are really big problems that don't have really simple solutions.
Can we move to the critical infrastructure resilience table? Okay, great, Mike.
Awesome, thank you. So in the infrastructure group, we had to cover a lot of ground, Dylan. There's so many different types of infrastructure.
So the conversation kind of started with the challenges of the fact that infrastructure spans so many areas. There's so many codependencies. For example, we may have a pole or something, and there's several different utilities mounted to it. There's several organizations involved with it. All of them have different priorities. All of them have very different response plans. And so how do you get those to coordinate so you can actually get something done associated with it? There's also the challenges with a lot of the decaying infrastructure, pointed out some examples in terms of pipelines, and then how those cascading hazards are going to affect things. And so if this pipeline busts, what's that going to do to the roadway? How far of a zone do we need to be concerned with? And what are the impacts associated with it? And then you've got the other challenge of the fact that it spans such large areas. There's variable soil conditions throughout the area, just given the large spatial extent that's covered. The other big challenge is we don't even in day-to-day have good asset inventories at a lot of agencies and inventories of what we own and what we're responsible for. And then after the event, how are we going to be able to manage things that we can't even manage when things are quote unquote calm? And how are we going to put things in place? We need improved maps that are updated and capture those changes over time. Other aspects that we talked about too is the different challenges that you're associated with crossing rivers, landslides, and really developing those longer term relationships between the scientists and engineers of helping identify the most vulnerable infrastructure, and then breaking that information down so that it's very cohesive and understandable to the stakeholders so they can take action associated with it, given the interdisciplinary people that need to be involved in these conversations. I probably covered about 1% of what we talked about. Any other things that anybody from the group felt strongly should be reflected, or did we get the highlights? All right, move on.
Hi, our group was community-driven science, and we had such a thoughtful group. It was really great to be part of this. The societal need, I think to this group anyway, seemed obvious, but the language that was used, I think, was really great. It's very empowering to involve the community, helps with overcoming fear, of course, in terms of safety, finding commonality, and building relationships. And we talked a lot about sort of the informal way that we can build relationships and partnerships. And I think sometimes we think as a scientific community that we have to that we have to have formal meetings, formal workshops, but there were some great examples of canoe paddle carving, just very simple conversations that people can have to get to know each other and build partnerships. In terms of who should be involved, tribal organizations, nonprofits, schools, the whole free choice learning world of parks and museums and libraries, and their job is to connect science with the public. Churches, that was an interesting one. And then, of course, industry in terms of entities like Weyerhaeuser and fishermen and things like that. What I thought was sort of interesting that was brought up as research questions was, and Scott brought this up from the museum, is that, of course, the museum is interested, and many of us in this room are interested in what are the community concerns and what are the community research interests. But you kind of need money to find that out. And then in order to get a grant, you would have already supposed to have researched that. So that is a research question, but also sort of funding for finding out what those questions are. And then also another research question is, what is the functional unit, sort of what is the smallest unit of building a partnership? That sort of raised a whole bunch of other questions. Did I cover everything?
Thank you so much to all of you. One, for engaging in the sessions, to the leads who spoke out. So I think a couple reminders before lunch. So the note-taking documents, if you could email them at this address. We also have this Q&A QR code in the handout. So if there are questions that you've had that you feel like haven't been answered from any of the talks, you can submit them there. As we have time, we'll address those, and otherwise we're going to try and put answers to those we'll email folks for answers and put those on the website after the fact.
With the bellies full, hopefully there's a bit of energy left for this session coming next. If not, hopefully the session itself will energize. My name is Pieter Share. I'm an assistant professor in geophysics at Oregon State University. And for this session, I'm putting my science planning hat on, even though I serve different roles within the center. You saw this image or diagram this morning. I mean, underpinning CRESCENT are 3 pillars. This morning we discussed partnerships and applications. That's kind of the pillar that's funding, supporting this event. And next up, we're going to talk about the science side of CRESCENT. And tomorrow, please stay tuned because we'll have a deep dive into GEI, which is geoscience, education, and inclusion for those of you who are sticking around. Just to give you a sense of the science sphere that we live in and think about, in front of you is a diagram of the Earth beneath our feet. It consists of many different components, all dynamic, all very complex. And so how science normally works is different groups make progress on different parts of the diagram in a silo or by themselves. And that's fantastic. Science progress on all these fronts are important. But what's even more important is bringing it all together. And that's the function of the science pillar. So we've got these working groups, special interest groups. I'll get to what they are in a second, and you'll hear updates from them. But their jobs are to make progress, and then the science pillar is there, like I said, to bring it all together. If you're not a visual thinker, we have these science questions that come from the proposal, actually. These are the questions that help drive the center and motivate it to the NSF. And from question 1 all the way down, you're starting from the large scale, abstract, tectonic level, and you're going all the way down to what is maybe more applied science and research questions. So as a scientist, this is usually how we think about problems, right? You go from the basic foundational science, and the product that you deliver maybe has some societal impact. But many of you in the room don't think about it this way. And we welcome that. That's amazing. So what many of you think about is a societal issue or problem, some hazard or risk needs to be mitigated, and you apply tools, technologies, people to help do exactly that. And then from that application comes unexpected discoveries, right? This happens all the time. And really, we have to do both. And we have to not only do both, but we have to cover this entire spectrum in between applied and basic science and research. Doesn't matter which direction you go, but the fact remains that we have to cover the entire spectrum, because only when we do that do we truly become a resilient society in the Pacific Northwest and elsewhere. But we can't do it alone. So each little group cannot cover that entire spectrum themselves. And so in this room, in CRESCENT, the broader community, we each have a little bit of a role to play on that spectrum. And so what you see in front of you are the abbreviations for our working groups and our special interest groups. And you'll find out what each of these mean. And we've tried to place them on the spectrum more or less where we think they fit best. So with that being said, these lovely faces are the folks who steer and co-lead the different working groups. You'll hear updates, not necessarily from them in a second, but from folks in the broader working groups on what's been happening within those science efforts in the last year or so. And so what we'll do next is some folks are going to come up. So Becky Fildes is first. Myself will do CVM. I think Brendan Crowell is third with C3S. Then Brittany Erickson is going to do DET, and I think CPAL. Dr. Bruce is last. And so I'll let you introduce yourselves a bit more fully. I just did a shorthand over there. And if you want to come up, Becky, the floor is yours.
Thanks. Yeah, so I'm Becky. I'm a postdoc working up at Western Washington, and I'm presenting on behalf of this whole slew of people who are all working on the community fault model. And for those of you that don't know, our general goal is to build a 2D and 3-dimensional structural representation of the active faults spanning up into Canada, Washington, Oregon, and Northern California to help aid in research. So some of the other working groups within CRESCENT will hopefully be using this for their own purposes, and then also deliver these as usable products for both research and hopefully for community members, and hearing back from you what would be useful maps or figures for you to have. So we're currently very early on in version 0.1, and we have about 150 faults that are shown with the red traces over there on the right. And these are coming from the National Seismic Hazard Model, as well as some work with Tegan and the Canada Geological Survey. We also have 4 slab interface models, because obviously the slab is very important in this area. And so all of this is available for viewing on our web viewer, which we'll have on display during the coffee break coming up, where you can select an individual fault. You can look at it in close detail in map view, get some metadata on it, and then also it'll show you some 3-dimensional geometry, and this QR code will take you right there. And again, we'll have that on display over on the right. So for the sake of time, for year 2, as we're moving this towards our official release of version 1, there's a lot more to be done. So with the existing faults that are in there, we have to deal with fault intersections, including fault complexity, and how to deal with how faults look at the surface versus at depth. Also continuing to add faults. So you'll notice in the accretionary wedge offshore, we have a lot of faults not missing that you may think should be on there, as well as a preferred slab interface model and a metadata table. And so for the sake of time, I'm just going to show you 2 examples of how we're moving that forward. So for the onshore fault complexity, right now I'm working on moving from having sort of default values for both the upper and lower depth extents of the faults adjusted to a topographic model at the surface, and then also consideration of a newer model from the USGS on what the maximum depth of these faults are. So this is really important for building that 3D geometry and considering these new products. And this is an example of how we're working with our SCEC partners in our overlapping regions where these large regional products cross both our areas of interest. And then the last update that I'll show you is the offshore. So if you've been following along since January, I showed this map a bunch of times to stay tuned that I'm going to be building these faults. So new data has come out in the offshore area that is mapping some previously unidentified and also remapping some previously identified faults, and have some excellent new seismic data that actually tell us what these faults look like at depth. And so I've been taking this information and working on building 3D geometries for these splay faults. And ignore the colors, they don't mean anything. They're just rainbow, so you can actually make out that there's almost 80 faults within this area. And you'll see there's a lot of messy fault intersections. Some faults are really rough and some are smooth. This is a work in progress, but just to show you sort of what the offshore is hopefully going to look like as we start to populate this really important region, especially for better understanding tsunami hazard in the offshore region and which of these splay faults might get activated or not. In terms of engagement and feedback, we have tried to do a lot with the CFM. So started very early on by sending out surveys to potential users on what they would want the CFM to look like in terms of what data formats would be useful, what their intended use is, what resolution this should be. As I mentioned, we've been collaborating with SCEC, and you'll hear more from Andreas later about that. Attended multiple scientific meetings and met with people in consulting, state geological surveys, academia, to get more feedback on the ongoing project and hear from them. And then a lot of various small group meetings, a lot on Zoom, working with USGS scientists, other CRESCENT working groups, and scientists from outside our own immediate community that are going to help contribute fault data to these. And many of you are pictured here. Not everybody is for lack of space, but these are a lot of the partners we've been actively working with. And if you're not yet up there and you want to engage with us more, again, this QR code goes to our web viewer, which also has our email. It has a link to our GitHub page, and it has information on how to submit a request for submitting a new fault, providing feedback. And then lastly, we're hosting a 2-day workshop this summer back here in Portland, where we will get in-person feedback from community members who have been working in the field and can help us improve upon the existing version of the fault model. So hopefully I'm not over time.
Thanks, Becky. Yeah, I think Jill gives us a signal if we're close to time, and I think we're doing just fine. Yeah, so I'll give the update on the CVM front. And so that's short for the community velocity model. And it's not just myself, of course. We've got a fantastic group of people who are working on exactly this problem. It includes folks from academia. We've got a lot of great USGS members. The one highlighted in the bottom right corner there is Ian Stone. He just recently joined our team, and we're super happy that he did exactly that. So the CVM for velocities, it's a different kind of approach. Becky just showed you this fantastic viewer, the modeling where we're putting these faults into the space beneath our feet, those beautiful red lines and planes. Between them is not a vacuum. We have material that exists everywhere. And so the function of the CVM group is simply to fill in the seismic properties, the densities, etc., in exactly that volume. And so just to give you a sense of our footprint, it extends well beyond Cascadia itself. On the left-hand side, these are the stations that we have used up to this point to extract data from data that we think are useful for our modeling, and we've built models from that. On the right-hand side, those little squares are mesh, little nodes in the model space that we have constructed. When I say we, it's mostly our postdoc, Ben Hur. If you have a chance this afternoon, his poster is the first one over here to the right. He's going to tell you all about the technical details, what goes into building a model like that. But just to give you a sense of what this volume looks like, and this is a pretty large scale. The first step that we had to take was cover the entire footprint at a resolution that makes sense across that footprint. So maybe focus on the middle little panel at the bottom there. What you see are colors. These colors are S-wave velocities. From zero, from the surface all the way down to 80 kilometers depth. You see green blobs, blue blobs. You see a sharp jump when you cross into the crust of the Earth, and things become a bit more red in color, which means the S-wave velocities are generally slower. So Ben has done excellent work that covers the entire footprint. I'm just giving you a taste. Please come and chat with him a little bit later this afternoon about his excellent work. So what's happening next is that covered the large scale or busy finishing up covering the large scale. And now we are zooming in. We are zooming into the near surface, into high resolution structure. It's a little bit more directly tied to seismic hazard because it impacts shaking more directly. And so actually at OSU, we are working on looking at high and high frequencies with high and high density data sets to try and do exactly that. And I've got a postdoc, Dr. Zhu, who's working on exactly that. We're starting in the Corvallis area, but this will expand throughout the Willamette Valley and even other basin structures in the Pacific Northwest. I'm out of time almost. We've got a similar viewer. This is not the same viewer that Becky showed. It's a different link. It's got different cool functionalities. One day when we're done with our different CVM versions, they're going to live on here as well, and happily so. About questions, if you have burning questions, you've got the QR code. But we'll have a Q&A session after all the working groups have presented. So if you have in person, next up is Brendan.
Thanks for having me here. So I'm Brendan Crowell. I'm an assistant professor at Ohio State University, the other OSU. So our working group, C3S, is kind of a hodgepodge working group, although when you look at this first sentence here, it makes a lot more sense. We are trying to characterize the accumulation and release of deformation or strain or stress at all time scales. So we want to know slow slip release, we want to know accumulation of interseismic deformation, we want to know how it's released in earthquakes and small earthquakes, tremor, etc. And so there's three main components to this. We're generating a high resolution seismicity catalog, a time-dependent coupling model. So normally when you look at coupling models, you're looking at a singular image of coupling, but how does coupling change over time? And then develop a slow slip and transient deformation catalog. So there's a whole number of products that come out of this. I'm just gonna go on to the slide. So the first one is the coupling model. And what we use for this is a geodetic velocity model. It's from GNSS or GPS right now, but in the future, we intend to use INSAR or other bespoke geodetic data sets, tide gauge data, historical data sets. One of the things we found from our initial tests of the coupling model is that there's differences both in using slab geometry. You can get vastly different coupling results, and that's a problem. You know, we want to be able to say how much you're coupling, how much strain is being accumulated along the fault. But then also including those offshore faults or including segmentation leads to better results some places and worse results elsewhere. So there's a lot that needs to be reconciled with regards to the fault model. On the transient catalog, and we're going to have an exercise, a community exercise for this. And really what we want to do is characterize all the little changes, so the slow slip episodes that are occurring and other transient behavior in GNSS time series over time. So, so this is just an example of you know, characterizing it at different levels of transientness, and on the poster over there, there's better examples. But you know, what we're finding is that if you include smaller and smaller transients, that you change the strain accumulation at you know, basically all over Cascadia. And so we're going to have a community exercise in how you best do this, and allow people to, you know, put their algorithm with CRESCENT data and allow them to play with this and develop their own product. And then the final thing is the earthquake catalog. I don't have a lot on this, but you know, we've done quite a lot of work where we've made all these cloud workflows that use all of the data in the Pacific Northwest. And we've started doing machine learning based phase picking on these, and you know, developing workflows for developing earthquake catalogs. And then we're also developing viewers so that users can upload their own catalogs, or you know, different organizations can upload catalogs, and you can compare and contrast the changes in seismicity. And so, you know, this is something that you know, just keep an eye out for in the future. So thanks.
Hi, everyone. I'm Brittany Erickson. I'm a professor at the University of Oregon. I am co-leading the DET working group along with Eric Dunham and Alice Gabriel. And we have 6 more new members that are all up here. And I made some slides with some words on them, but I think I might skip some of them in favor of just giving you a better understanding of what we do as in our group. So our group is responsible for modeling earthquakes. So the way that it ties to the other working groups within CRESCENT are Becky's group would give us some information about where the faults are located. We would take Peter's group's information about what are the material properties in the Earth's crust. We would talk to Brendan's group about, you know, how do different parts of the fault move? Do they have like big earthquakes or slow slip events? And we feed all of those into our model and then ask what's physically possible and probable, and what are the, you know, components that are responsible for giving the types of behaviors and earthquakes that we experience. So I have some of our working group objectives up there. We do a lot of earthquake modeling, and I have a poster over there where we actually, you know, we put in a fault into our numerical model. We allow stress to build up on it. It releases earthquakes due to, you know, different features, give you different types of behaviors. So if that sounds interesting to you and you want to like learn more about it, I'm happy to sort of go over sort of the basics of how we model an earthquake just using physics. We do have a community code verification component of our work, which is basically like, okay, we have a program on our computer, it simulates an earthquake. How do you decide whether or not it's right? And as a lifelong programmer, I know that I consistently fat finger my codes and put in all sorts of mistakes. And if you don't have an exact solution to compare it to, how do you know your code is doing what you want it to be doing? So that's a big part of our group, is to have these really like quantitatively verified correct codes, so that we can put trust in those model outcomes. This is just some pretty pictures of snapshots of dynamic rupture simulations in Cascadia. This is a movie. I don't exactly know how to how do I make, oh, okay, it's moving. So one of the challenges in earthquake modeling is if you want to look at earthquake deformation over very long periods of time, like hundreds of thousands of years. That's very challenging computationally. I'm happy to explain more about that at my poster, but that's something that we've been able to do in recent years where we look at subduction zone earthquake phenomenon over many hundreds of years and ask, you know, what kinds of long-term behaviors can we expect to find? This is our DET benchmark validation platform built by Luik, who is here, our data scientist for CRESCENT. And this is just a video of, you know, moving around through the website. I think he's going to be doing some demos at some point during this workshop. But this is where working groups can go and upload their code results from their modeling scenario and then actually compare their results to like another modeling group at like a different institution. If they both get the same thing, we're probably doing it right. It would be very weird if we both did the wrong thing and they happen to match. So there's lots of little things we can talk about if you want to come visit me at my poster. And then these are just some updates and goals for next year. We're going to be doing some 3D earthquake cycle code developments and benchmarks next year, which is exciting. And then we're doing stuff. We just finished our first dynamic rupture simulation coupled to a tsunami benchmark problem recently. And that's all. Thank you.
Perfect. All right, my name is David Bruce. I'm a postdoc at Virginia Tech and here to talk about Cascadia Paleoseismology, the CPAL group. So what we do, our working group objectives are to reveal patterns, timing and size of past earthquake and tsunamis. And this kind of helps inform earthquake models. So one of the things I wanted to point out was how we go about this is we use high resolution lab analysis of cores that we collect in the field, and we try to improve the accuracy of the geologic data. One of our goals coming up this year is to publish some work from the Salmon River estuary, where we're updating tsunami inundation limits, particularly from the 1700 CE earthquake, and excuse me, and exploring the use of like high resolution grain size, microfossils, eDNA for constraining the inland limits of the earthquake and our tsunami inundation. Okay. Another goal that we're having is updating for the timing in our high resolution lab analysis is producing new ages at Lagoon Creek, California, which is a really important area where there's a lot of tsunami records that have been preserved there. So using new dates from new fieldwork as long as using statistical age modeling from new radiocarbon samples that we collect along with the older data sets have really constrained the timing of these old earthquakes so we understand better when Cascadia subduction zone earthquakes and tsunami inundations took place. This is showing what we have, but like right now there's 15 more samples that just came out, so we'll have some more data really soon. Another aspect that we're doing is adding more field work. So in 2024, the fall of 2024, we collected over 100 samples in the field in Bone River, the Bone River estuary in southern Washington. And it's a lot like our Salmon River thing where we're looking at extending and understanding the full extent of tsunami inundation, but at another place and given another snapshot of high resolution data that is helpful for constraining that limit. I also briefly want to discuss CPAL, one of CPAL's products and deliverables from this past year, and that went that was where we could highlight the Dura et al. 2025 publication from PNAS. This paper highlights the impacts of Cascadia subduction zone earthquakes on coastal communities, particularly the rapid sea level change associated with coseismic subsidence that you see on the coast. So we explore the range of subsidence values and how subsidence will affect coastal infrastructure. For an example here, with our medium subsidence value of 1.02 meters, we see 40 times more residents living within the floodplain as before the earthquake. So how these earthquakes can take place, affect the coastal infrastructure and the people living there. In tandem with the paper that was released, CPALs, along with other CRESCENT members, distributed a briefing document that highlighted the key findings of the paper. And this briefing was distributed to different agencies and media outlets to get the information out to stakeholders, and really highlighting the need to include land level change, that's the coseismic land level change, into future hazard planning. This led to a large media interest, and it was picked up by local, national, different media groups, including NBC News, LA Times, and Newsweek. So it led to CRESCENT being talked about on a large scale all over. We've also been busy preparing our CPALs web viewer. So this isn't quite finished yet, so it's not public, but we'll be doing a demonstration back there near our poster as well. So I hope you guys come by and check it out. But you have geographic information and paleoseismic proxies on the map. So you can click on it and it can zoom in and show you what we have documented and what we know, and how many instances of that geologic proxy is there and the age ranges associated with it. So there's a lot of information that'll be there. We've also been continuing to refine our photo database for important microfossils and that are used in paleoseismic studies. That's mostly diatoms and foraminifera. And this collection really kind of helps improve the consistency of between different researchers, and it lowers the barrier of entry for new people to get involved in coastal paleoseismic research. And that was also just put to the test. So the microfossil database was really used to great effect because we just did our Course to Code summer school. So there's a first iteration of the Course to Code where we had 10 undergrad students all come out to, they're based at Cal Poly Humboldt, and they were able to learn coastal paleoseismology. They spent 3 weeks there, which just concluded like just now. And but they had coastal paleoseismology, they did microfossil work with cores that they were able to collect in the field. And then they also were able to work with geophysical modelers as well to see how the geological data can change things and how important it is. So that's CPALs, and I think back to you.
Yeah, folks, hopefully you get a sense of the breadth of what we as a community have been able to accomplish in the last, 21 months. I don't think we've even at the end of year 2 right now, but that's not all. So when we started with CRESCENT in the proposal writing phase, we knew there were jobs to do that were foundational to our science. And you just heard from the working groups. But we knew there were topics that couldn't be covered within this first 5 years, fully at least, but that are very important to the earthquake problem and sometimes quite unique to the Pacific Northwest. So these we coined as special interest groups. You could think about them as proto-working groups as well. So we believe in future, if the federal government can stomach more funding for us in future, that these might be full-fledged working groups like the ones you just saw. So we'll have representatives come up in a second, and they'll do a 2-minute or so introduction of what's been happening in the last year. Very first up is from the Offshore Observations Group. So Dr. Eungard Gong, or Ginny, I think for short, she's going to give us that exact update.
Good afternoon, everyone. I will representing the offshore observations special interest group to present what we have done in the past few months. So, oh, thank you. I guess we're here because we all care about the Cascadia megathrust earthquake. But unfortunately, the faults that produce the megathrust earthquake and also trigger the tsunamis, they are all located offshore. So these offshore observations play a critical role in improving our understanding of seismic hazards by providing valuable near-field observations for us to understand the subduction zone system. And the goal of our group is to gather broad community input on observational needs and priorities, and to identify specific areas for accelerated progress through coordinations and developments of collaborations that link the academic community, government entities, private companies, and international partnerships. So the community has a great interest in offshore observations. As you can see, the number of individuals that are listed here. And our team is led by William Wilcock and David Schmidt from University of Washington. And we represent a diverse group of people spanning career stages from graduate students to senior research scientists, and geographic locations from East Coast to West Coast and from US to Canada. One of the main activities that our group organized is to provide input for SC4D, the community priorities to place 9 GNSS-A, so A stands for acoustic stations on the Cascadia subduction zone. And the GNSS-A, they are essentially the GPS stations that are placed on the seafloor, and they are critical instruments to monitor the deformation of the subduction zone, and they're important for us to better constrain the earthquake hazard of the subduction zone. And this has been a long-term continuous effort. Starting from November last year, we hosted the first meeting with SC4D representatives to learn their long-term, their general infrastructure plan. And in January this year, we had a more focused discussion on Cascadia and Alaska during the SC4D and also the USGS subduction zone meeting. And finally, in February, our group hosted an online meeting where 6 teams present their proposed site selections and the key science questions that they aim to address using the GNSS-A stations. And all these presentations are very informative and inspiring, and we hope that they can help SC4D to propose this experiment. And the next thing that our group is organizing is to host an offshore observational topical workshop that will happen the day before the CRESCENT annual meeting in October this year. And the goal of this workshop is to bring together geoscientists across a variety of disciplines that use offshore datasets to study the subduction zone. And the 4 community planning committees have been working very hard with CRESCENT to put everything together for this workshop. And the registration link was just opened a few days ago. So welcome to register. So yes, and Andy made this QR code for the link to our special interest group website. If you have any questions, I will happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thanks, Jenny. Okay, next up, ground failure with Ben Leshinsky.
Thank you. Not tall. Hey, everybody. Ben Leshinsky from Oregon State here, and I am representing the ground failure group with Pieter Share and Michael Olson back there. Based on conversations today, I think everybody understands that we have plenty of ground failures even without shaking. So naturally, we're pretty concerned about Cascadia. The way that we're kind of viewing this is that there's a couple different elements in time that we can really leverage ground failures to learn more about Cascadia and be more prepared looking forward. Namely, just like life, we can learn a lot from the past. There's plenty of relics of past earthquakes on the landscape, and they can be one tool of constraining what that shaking might look like. So we're hoping to leverage expertise to kind of better analyze that to constrain shaking. There's the present, the day of the earthquake. A lot of planners here, a lot of people with great questions about what the major uncertainties are regarding what kind of ground failure we'll see in terms of liquefaction, landslides, where should we be most concerned? And our goal is to develop some tools that answer, at least constrain some of these uncertainties that have been brought up today. And then of course, you know, much like other hazards, this is a cascading hazard. After shaking is done, it's not like the legacy of landslides or liquefaction goes away. There's recovery, there's more frequent landsliding, there's maybe more flooding from sediment and streams. So we have kind of several facets here. We would like to explore how long that legacy is and what are the best practices for recovery, certainly from maybe the applied side of things. We have gotten together through maybe an act of divine intervention. We had a 70-degree sunny day in Newport, Oregon in March. We had about 30 attendees from across the US and our friends in Canada, as well as several people who attended remotely, included planners, folks from state, federal partners, and researchers with a bunch of lightning talks. The goal of this workshop was basically to summarize what some of the big questions are, what are the needs, and really kind of gather some consensus about what our next steps should be, what the goals would be, who to reach out next to, and how to expand what we're doing. We also had a field trip. It's pretty awesome to have a bunch of folks who actually get excited about seeing a crack in the ground. I sure do. As well as brainstorming about the next steps we have, which brings us to the fact that right now we are working on a review paper or a white paper, effectively a document that summarizes some of the observations from this workshop, but it's more than that. We'd love involvement from anybody who's interested here, particularly planners, a lot of people with needs and ideas out here. And what we want to do is have a document that's referenceable, maybe useful for planners to find funding, to point to something, to say, these are our needs, and here it's documented. Basically serve as a roadmap as how we can be more effective to help the community. Again, if you'd like to be involved, please reach out. I promise I won't spam you too much. One exciting thing that's really just kicking off right now is we are planning to put together various landslide databases in one place. If you look at a landslide database in, say, Oregon, you'd be amazed. You'd think there's no landslides in Washington or California or Vancouver or anything like that. The fact is, we have slides throughout the area, and the idea is to create kind of a one-stop shop that references all of these inventories and all of these data sets where a user can filter, well, distance to fault, what landslides fall within that, expected shaking, where are the landslides within certain levels of shaking, and basically allow users to easily query this data and see it in one location and also find the source, reference it, of course. Currently, we're working on that, collecting database from the USGS, which already compiles some of this, Washington, Oregon, and California, and of course, our partners to the north in British Columbia. If you have data that you'd like to share, we're very much interested, but the hope is to build on the basic infrastructure for this summer. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Valerie Sarkian, our field leader.
Yeah, so I am also here representing the ground motion modeling special interest group as a part of CRESCENT. And so this group has now, I have to count, 9 committee members, including myself, which is relatively new. I think the only other one who's here today is Brett Marr, if you can raise your hand if anybody has questions as well. And so our motivation or background is that ground motions essentially are the thing that is underlying hazard in the region. So when we think, or at least seismic hazards. When we think about seismic hazard, it's the likelihood of shaking. And so you can see, from example, the image on the right from Worth et al. 2021, which is showing the expected level of shaking intensity in the region. And so given that ground motions are the hazard to people in the built environment, as well as one of the things that is an input to understanding cascading hazards like landslides and liquefaction, having a better understanding of this whole spectrum of processes, from how do things like the physics from the dynamic earthquake and tsunami rupture group impact ground motions, all the way through to how does this affect hazard, is one of the things that we care about a lot. There are a lot of factors that control how strong and long shaking will be, from properties of the earthquake itself to how the velocity model and the earth structure is going to change shaking. And there's a lot that we still need to understand to improve estimates of shaking here. And so our special interest group has these goals sort of towards these questions. So we're looking at, how do we advance models and estimates of shaking? How do we integrate information that's coming from groups like the velocity model that looks at the structure of the earth and how that affects shaking, things from the DET group in terms of what do we expect for earthquake behavior here and how does that affect shaking, and then also the community fault model. So there's more than just the megathrust, and what about the other sources of hazard in the region. We're looking at, in particular, because we're a special interest group, how can we explore funding opportunities for this work? And in particular, how can new center science and models impact hazard estimates? So going from the science that we're doing in the center to ultimately thinking about what is the application, how does it affect the hazard curves, and those types of things that some of you might use. And so given that, especially today, we're really excited to learn about what your needs are. And I think hopefully some of that came out also from the science to practice session, but I expect that there might be a little bit more in the scenario session as well. And because we're a special interest group and we're still trying to get started, one of the things that we're doing is we're going to hold a workshop on October 30th to try and define what the research agenda for this SIG should be in the sort of longer term, and discuss what the frontiers in ground motion modeling should be. So if you're interested either in the group overall or in this workshop, this is a QR code to the link on the CRESCENT website. You can also go to the CRESCENT website, which is cascadiaquakes.org, and then navigate to the special interest group tab and find us through there. So that's another way of doing it. Thanks.
Okay, team, I'll just wrap this up. So unfortunately, folks of the fluids special interest group going to be here today, or the core group at least. And so I'll just give you a brief overview of what's going on within that effort. Fluids, they're not like the ones you're sipping on right now. Maybe it's a cup of coffee or water. I mean, there are fluids throughout the lithospheric crust beneath our feet. We know they play a role in earthquake generation and processes. We know that they help essentially melt the rock, and that accumulates. You've got a magma chamber and you have a volcano. So fluids are everywhere. They're very important to all types of tectonic processes in Cascadia and beyond. And so the purpose of this special interest group is to understand better the exact role they play and over what timescales. So they had a workshop in April, I believe, this year. I couldn't myself be there. Maybe some of you were. As far as I understand, it was a great success. So good on the team for getting that through the door. It seems like they're close to 100 attendees, which is amazing. Yeah, they also put up some links here. And again, you can use some of these to ask questions, but I do think we have about 5 minutes or so for anyone who would like to ask an in-person question to any of the working group folk who just spoke, or any of the special interest group folk who just spoke. The floor is open. I'm not sure how I'm supposed to do this. If there is a question, maybe I pass the microphone around. And then maybe to whoever the question is addressed, do you mind stepping up to this microphone as soon as the question comes? Not you.
And then for those asking, it'd be great if you could also say your name so we can start to get a sense of who everyone is.
Hi, I'm Kelly. I'm from the University of Oregon. I hope this isn't a dumb question, but I heard a lot of talk about landslides, both from presentations right now and this morning. And I'm curious if there's a true landslide early warning system, not just what's been done in Sitka about, probability or risk, but like, can you warn people once a landslide has begun, or is it too quick? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Absolutely not a dumb question. Excellent one. The cool stuff that Annette and Lisa are doing, I'd say, is at the forefront what we have here. There are means of detecting precursory motion landslides with remote sensing, but it's still not of the temporal, it's not high enough temporal resolution to really pick up what's going to happen. And it depends on the type of landslide, how big it is, how small it is. So there's a lot of unknowns. There's been some neat work in Europe where they've been able to evacuate people in time. In fact, there's a recent case history in Switzerland, but we're not there. So I'm especially appreciative of the presentation this morning by Lisa and Annette. But it'd be great to get there. Would. Thank you.
Yeah, folks, no silly questions or dumb questions. Like, please fire away. We would love to talk.
Anna from Portland State University. I don't know if this is a silly or dumb question, but I have learned enough to understand what like the M9 project was and the synthetic broadband motions that they created. I am not a seismologist. How does the community velocity model and the fault model improve upon those synthetic motions that we have? And is it just about looking at different possible rupture scenarios, or really like for a person that's going to be a practicing engineer, how much of a difference is it going to make?
Yeah, fantastic question. I can start from the CVM side, and maybe Becky or somebody can talk to CFM. But just in the same way that the Earth is super dynamic, data collection is also. So number one, we have new data sets, new methodologies coming online all the time. And so we've got new terrain that's being covered. So the difference from a CVM side is that we have data now, and we would be able to produce high resolution models in spaces where they didn't exist the last time this was ran. So from a CVM side, it's as simple as that. And that's what we're trying to do. Yeah, Becky, maybe?
Yeah, I'll just say too, like the geometry of the slab is still something that people like, there's multiple models out there, and same with some of the faults that like I showed in the CFM, it is a model. So it's not an exact solution. We have the data inputs, and that's one of the things we're hoping to include in the metadata to make it clear where we have data versus what is our best interpretation and model. And so these different interpretations could produce different rupture scenarios or things like that. And we're always getting more data to hoping better constrain the model.
Yeah, I guess maybe the last thing I can mention too is that I think there's a degree of side effects too that hopefully will be better represented in this velocity model. And it will also include from the US Geological Survey a geotechnical layer. I don't know, Ian, if there are things you want to talk about with that are relevant. I'm putting you on the spot.
Yeah, like she said, we recently have put together several models that incorporate geotechnical details like shallow soil velocity models within the Puget Sound area, as well as other places in Washington. And over time, we're incorporating these into the Cascadia and community velocity model. And incorporating these things into simulations, they improve our ability to model things like side effects at higher resolutions. So yeah.
Okay, I think in respect of time, maybe we should move on. You've got the QR code that you can scan and put your comments and questions on if you'd like. But next and last part of this session is probably the thing, or at least top 3 things in CRESCENT that gets me most excited. And that's the Seed Grant program. So this is a way for us to kind of award funds and support to people outside of the immediate CRESCENT sphere, so they can do work and research that we just can't and don't have time for. So more research, it means we expand the community. And we've had 2 rounds of this now, one in year 1 of CRESCENT, and this one currently running in year 2 of CRESCENT. And we're going to hear from 2 folks who are going to talk about the funds they received and the work that they did with those funds. The first is going to be Brett Maurer, and the second is Andreas Plesch. And I just need to load a different presentation here. But Brett, if you don't mind stepping up. How do I? Brett.
Hi, everyone. I'm a geotechnical engineer, and I'm going to be talking about some new liquefaction hazard maps that we are developing for Cascadia. If you're unfamiliar with liquefaction, it occurs in soils that are loose, saturated, and cohesionless. When shaken, these soils densify very quickly. That puts the fluid in the pores of the soil under high pressure, and the high pressure can counteract gravity. So in effect, the soil feels little to no confining stress, and it has little to no shear strength. So very much like a liquid. This is broadly problematic. It damages roads, ports, bridges, buildings, rail, utilities, all sorts of pipelines and lifelines. And for this reason, there are occasionally earthquakes where liquefaction causes more damage than any other earthquake effect. The Canterbury sequence in Christchurch, New Zealand, for example, this seemed to be the case. These are some before and after photos of residential neighborhoods, all wiped away by liquefaction. This played out in dozens of different neighborhoods. In all, about 8,000 homes were lost to liquefaction, as was about 2/3 of the central business district. There's some rough simulations in Cascadia that suggest a similar story. 2019 Homeland Security looked at an M9 event. They came up with some pretty astounding figures for liquefaction damage. 3,000 kilometers of road, 800 bridges, for example, unavailable due to liquefaction. And somehow this was looking only at Washington state infrastructure. And so liquefaction is something worth predicting and something worth trying to predict better. The problem at regional scale is the best models used by geotechnical engineers in service of the building code require site-specific data, like that comes from the cone penetration test or the CPT. This is a cone with a bunch of sensors. It's mounted on a truck and you push it into the ground. And it's about $5,000 per test per site. So you can't do it everywhere. And at regional scale, we're usually resigned to doing something rather simple, like converting a geology map into some kind of broad classification of hazard, like low, medium, or high. There's an example of that here, and it's not really reflective of reality, that an entire city would have the same hazard. It's not optimally useful. It's hard to know what to do with the information. What are the impacts? Where do we focus? So we've been trying to come up with some better approaches, making use of the growing availability of community data, subsurface data, remote sensing data sets, and AI to develop better regional scale liquefaction hazard models. So to very briefly explain a little bit about what we're doing, we're training models to surrogate or mimic geotechnical models using free information. So we're basically trying to mimic high order models with low order information. We start with about 75 different geospatial parameters. These are things that are freely available from existing maps and remote sensing data sets. They're parameters of geology, geomorphology, hydrology, topography, ecology, climate. They all have some loose correlation to subsurface conditions. So we're trying to predict what's below the ground and how it might respond without going into the ground. We take this information and we train it to mimic the predictions of these geotechnical models that consider mechanics. And so we train to mimic these predictions at CPT sites. We've got about 40,000 CPTs. The street value is like $200 million of the data. So it's all about the data. That's the only reason it works is getting that data. We also update, we geostatistically update the AI models once they run in the forward direction. And so we're able to constrain the AI predictions to known conditions where they're measured. So once we have the models trained, we're running them for hundreds of different scenario events in the Pacific Northwest. We can also run the model within seconds of an earthquake occurring. As soon as we get the ground motions, the model can run really quickly. We are developing high resolution maps. This is an example for a Portland Hills fault rupture, for example. The output is the probability of ground failure, or PGF. This is a specific level of ground deformation that correlates fairly well to infrastructure damage for a variety of infrastructure. And you could use this for all sorts of regional scale purposes, emergency response, planning evacuation for tsunamis, damage and loss forecasting. Our question for the community would essentially be, what scenarios or research questions are most interesting to you? I often wonder, looking at these scenarios, do people want to know, median outcomes? Do they want like a best case and worst case outcome? And then once you have these scenarios, what impacts, what consequences are of interest to you? I had never thought about fuel tanks, for example, until today. Now we could go look at fuel tanks. So if you have thoughts on any of these questions, or you're interested in liquefaction, I'd be happy to hear from you. So thank you.
Okay, thanks, Brett. We'll keep those questions for these two speakers until after Andreas Plesch is done. Andreas.
Just proceed. Okay, so thank you for having me here to be able to report on our efforts to enhance interoperability between the statewide California earthquake centers and the CRESCENT community fault models. Let me first acknowledge my collaborators, Scott Marshall, John Shaw, Ashley Streak, and Colin Amos. So we already heard about community fault models. What are those? So they are long descriptions of how the CRESCENT community and the SCAC community might describe these models. In short, maybe one can say that these are science community-driven, so community model, regularly peer-reviewed 3D models of earthquake source faults in these regions, really supplementing fault maps with that additional 3D component. And they're used generally as a unified public resource for physics-based fault systems modeling, strong ground motion prediction, we heard about that, probabilistic seismic hazard assessments, and indirectly for many other uses, ending up in really setting insurance rates, for example. So when we talk about interoperability between these community fault models in California, the statewide California earthquake centers, community fault model, and the new CRESCENT community fault model in Cascadia, what do we mean? So they are clearly adjacent, obviously, to each other and partially overlapping. So there's a clear need for consistency across these models, moving from north to south. So that can include what faults are represented, the fault inventory, how they are represented, the geometries, but also delivery of the fault models and data formats. What we are focusing here only on are these science aspects. So I'm going to talk about 3 of those science aspects. We would want to have a consistent basis to define fault depths. How deep should we model these faults? To which level? We would want to ideally have a consistent megathrust representation, because it does continue into California. So we want to have a shared megathrust representation. And there are a number of faults which clearly cross the Oregon-California border. So we want to make sure there's no artificial impact on just crossing a state border, of course. So we looked into all of these aspects. Let's start with these larger regional surfaces. In terms of consistent fault depths, what we could use is as was mentioned before, a USGS seismogenic depth map developed 2022, which defined just the basis of seismicity in the area, actually for all of the Western United States. We adopted that and developed a contiguous surface, which we can use in our modeling environment easily. In terms of the megathrust, so that's just the first step. It's a larger effort. But what we started to do is merging different data sets. There's a mapping of the base of the accretionary wedge from the Cascadia seismic imaging experiment, which is published and sort of ready to be used for the shallow part of the megathrust. And we want to merge that with the deeper mapping or modeling of that slab interface based on seismicity, and we're using the USGS Hayes 2018 model for that. So we found a way to smoothly merge those 2 data sets into just a single surface. And I know for the SCAC model, we're going to just adopt that surface as the megathrust representation in the community fault model. Finally, let me talk about these border crossing faults. crustal faults. So we're looking here at a busy view, perspective view across the border from California into Oregon. And you will notice all the labels. In yellow, the faults which we identified to reassess more detail. In red, there are these surfaces, these patches. They're all newly developed 3D geometries for these 10 faults. And in order to do that, we went back to primary data like detailed fault trace mapping, mostly from QFaults, Kortenhof fault and fault database of the USGS, reflection seismic data offshore. There's actually a good database for older reflection seismic data in that area, which image directly some of these faults. Earthquakes, earthquake hypercenters, and nodal planes from focal mechanisms, which can help constrain the orientation of these faults at depth, and also just geologic cross-section and maps. And so we collect all these data and use a very well-defined objective workflow in the sense that it's completely reproducible. So when we use the same data input with some weighting, we can always reproduce these red fault geometries. Right, so in summary, let me show you the synoptic view of the whole region. Again, looking from California into Oregon, Washington, across all of Cascadia. So we can, we help through the CRESCENT seed grant to enhance the mutual continuity between these fault models by developing a shared surface for fault depths here in green with the contours, a shared megathrust of initial megathrust surface in blue, for merging these data sets and developing these 10 new 3D fault, crustal fault representations. All these data products are finalized and available, delivered to CRESCENT, so they can be used or from requested directly from us. Thank you.
Okay, do we have time here? I think we do have time. Again, a moment for in-person questions for anyone who would like to ask that. While you think about your questions, and Valerie reminded me of this, I know we just had a science-heavy session and talking about seed grants, but the seed grant program is open to all pillars of CRESCENT. So we very much welcome any geoscience education inclusion proposals, any partnerships proposals. And so while you enjoy a cup of coffee, while you have dinner tonight with the people that are here, discuss potential proposals that you would like to write and put together. The RFP is coming out in November this year for next year of CRESCENT. So that's going to be when the clock starts for you, if you have a great idea to propose. But yeah, we very much welcome anything from this audience.
Yeah, and just a quick note that if you are eligible to receive federal funding, I think you're eligible to apply for a seed grant. Jill, is that correct? Yes.
Yeah, any, oh yeah, do it.
I ask this question as someone who is not in any shape, form, or fashion a seismologist, but thinking about ground failure and liquefaction, when you're thinking about like an urban center or a town where you have buildings, what is the main, or what are some of the main dangers with when you're thinking it, like, are you worried about building collapse? Are you worried mostly about pipes bursting? Like, what are the, like, you see in the movies, like the building falling down. What are the things we're worried about here in Cascadia when it comes to buildings interacting with these different shaking hazards?
And I would probably just speak to the liquefaction part of ground failure. Landslides would be a different story. It's kind of all the above. It's actually difficult to think of infrastructure that's immune to liquefaction when it occurs. I mean, one strategy is to put buildings on deep foundations, which somewhat transfers the loads beyond the problematic soils. But that's very expensive, and liquefaction can also damage piles. And so, you know, liquefaction is not usually a life safety issue. And so the sort of dramatic depictions of catastrophe, that's not really what happens with liquefaction. It's much more a problem from the standpoint of damage and financial loss. It can be hugely disruptive to recovery. If you don't have a port, for example, it's hard to recover from an earthquake. It will take out for a long period of time the utilities and the roads. And so in Christchurch, for example, temporary water lines were sort of brought in and laid on top of the ground for months, in fact. So, you know, in terms of what is most concerning, I think it's sort of all concerning, and so, you know, each person is going to have their own community's particulars and their own inventory. You know, someone who's in charge of a water system, that's going to be, you know, the most important thing to them, and liquefaction is going to damage water systems. Someone who is doing tsunami evacuation planning, like they're really concerned, like, are the roads really going to be there? Are the bridges really going to be there? And so I think it's tough to answer with a fine pen. Yeah, but thank you.
Way in the back.
Stay away from the speaker. The last speaker described how the fault model was at the interface of the work done by SCEC. I'm curious, for that project and others, have you formed joint working groups, or how is that particular project, and maybe any others being started by CRESCENT, working at that interface?
Yeah, that's a good question. So there's obviously a lot of shared interest and overlap even between SCEC and CRESCENT. And I know for this particular project, you know, there's SCEC researchers and CRESCENT researchers who were working on that on that specific project, and that's true for many others. So there's like community involvement in the working groups, which makes sure to some extent there's a good exchange of ideas and existing models, for example. I don't know if that's how systematic that happens. You may know that better, but there's pretty good sharing of information.
I can add to that. Yeah, as Andreas said, so we don't have, you know, specifically named working groups between SCEC and CRESCENT, but many of the members in SCEC working groups are on our working groups as well. So there is an indirect overlap. And secondly, on the executive committee, we meet on a quarterly basis with SCEC leadership, and we discuss updates, and they give us updates from their side. And so we make sure to stay in touch in that way. So yes, communication is frequent and open.
I can add to that. I'm part of the community fault model working group, but as we started developing the fault model for CRESCENT, we reached out and we're interacting with SCEC. And we've been really fortunate that Andreas and Scott Marshall and others with the SCEC group have been very encouraging and supportive of our efforts, and actually trained our postdoc Becky on some of their methods. So there's been a lot of open communication, and we have plans for that to continue moving forward.
One of the fallouts from this morning's panel, when we were talking about ground shaking and site response, and then talking about the work you're doing for, say, landslides and liquefaction, is I know in California, following Loma Prieta, the legislature there created laws for liquefaction mapping and earthquake-induced landslide mapping. And you know, Oregon doesn't have any of those types of laws on the books right now. And it makes me wonder whether or not CRESCENT has any capacity for doing any type of analysis around land use planning or zoning, as it might apply towards, how states or communities end up, adopting those types of policies and regulations for citing things that are appropriate for certain places. Right now, those are not disclosed hazards that we have, and so it's kind of an open-ended. It's the Wild West out there for people building like that.
Yeah, I don't know who's best to answer that. I can just say that that sounds like a great sea grant idea. Sounds like the moneymaker right there.
I guess,
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe to this point that I don't think it's something that CRESCENT is working on, but I don't know if Michael Howard is in the room right now. He is? Okay, I don't know if there's anything that you would want to add for what you're working on in your center.
Speak now or forever not know. Folks, I think we are doing pretty good on time here. I think we're 3 minutes ahead. But right now, we have a break for coffee and for chit chat, and we meet again at 3 p.m. Not only will be coffee available right now, but some of us are going to remain over here, and we'll answer questions about these magical viewers that you've seen from the different working groups and SIGs, if you would like those questions to be answered. So on the screens over there.
All right, so we're going to start our last afternoon session, and there will be plenty more time for posters. So the 4:30 to 6 p.m. time will be time for posters both up here as well as downstairs. But for the last afternoon session, we are going to talk about science communication challenges. I'm going to move this because I really can't see the screen. So this is a direct outcome from last year's meeting. So there's a lot of overall interest that you all told us last year on thinking about how we communicate science, both with each other as well as to the folks that you are all serving. And I think that this is another really great example of a field that spans both the basic and fundamental questions of how we most effectively communicate science concepts. So, from the social science research on the best ways to do this, all the way through to sort of like the applied sense of what are the day-to-day challenges that you all face in your daily jobs. And so in this afternoon session, we're going to have essentially a session that focuses on this. So we're going to hear from two social scientists that are from the University of Oregon, Ellen Peters from the School of Journalism and Communication, as well as Maxwell Eli. And they're going to present first on a summary of the themes in the survey that you all took. So a handful of you, or many of you, took a survey about the challenges that you face in communicating in your work. So this will be a presentation, a summary on that, as well as some of their expertise wrapped into that. And then for our breakout session this afternoon, there are about 7 themes that came out of that survey. And so there's going to be a discussion group per theme. And so then, similar to the earlier session today, you can pick the table that most relates to one of the things that you're most interested in or maybe face on a daily basis with your work. So we're hoping that this breakout discussion will be useful for networking for all of you, to find people who are working with common challenges in that space. And then also hopefully an opportunity to think about how social science research might benefit what you do. So similarly, acting like the science to practice panel session, where we'll have all of you answer some questions about, what are the common things that you face, and then think about, are there ways and connections that social science research might be applied or be able to be applied to that. So without further ado, we've got Ellen and Maxwell are going to present first. So let me pull up those slides. All right.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Thank you. Hey, everybody. Nice to see you this afternoon. In fact, it's been great to see all of you this whole meeting. I wanted to thank actually Valerie and Andy and Jill for inviting us here, because we've had some great conversations. We've met, you guys are incredibly nice, by the way. I don't know if you guys know that. You're really nice people. And we're just enjoyed getting to hang out with you for a day. We unfortunately have to go right after this, but we're going to spend as much time as we can right now during this session. We're saying this, this session is from me and Maxwell and you, because we are going to talk about a survey that a whole bunch of you did, which was just amazing to have you do. My name is Ellen Peters. I direct a Center for Science Communication Research as well as a lab. The Center for Science Communication Research, we actually have a science communication minor for our undergraduates. I say that in case any of you have kids who go to U of O, come find me in our minor. And also if any of you are ever looking for science communication interns, I'm always more than happy to advertise that to our minors. And our minors do end up going sort of all across the country doing internships in various ways. Maxwell will speak in a minute, but he is the coordinator of my lab, and he's also the interim program manager for our center because he's amazing. And we'll just stop it there. The other thing I wanted to tell you about, in case you're interested, is we have an associate's program within our Center for Science Communication Research, or SCR. If you're interested, we do invite external associates in. We do a monthly newsletter that has science communication news and tips and those kind of things. Feel free to apply if you would like. If you're at U of O, it would also provide you eligibility to apply for a small grant program that we have. And at this point, I'm going to have Maxwell go ahead and talk about our survey results, and then I'll come back and talk a little bit about sort of general tips in science communication before we move into our groups.
Thanks, Alan. So yeah, thank you everyone who participated in our survey. There were a total of 72 of you that participated, which I think was more than we expected. So thank you all for that. We just want to go over some results. Firstly, we want to just go over some demographics. The mean age of the people who participated was 46, and that ran the gambit from 23 as the youngest to 71 as our oldest. The mean years spent in your current role was 10 years. However, it also had a wide range from 1 year to 35 years. So quite a lot of variability there. Of those 72 who participated, 54% identified as men, 41% identified as women, 4% identified as transgender, and 1% identified as other or preferred not to answer. In addition to the wide spectrum of ages, experiences, and gender, this group also runs the spectrum on education. 5% identified as having less than a 4-year degree, 20% identified as having a 4-year degree, 34% of respondents have a master's, 41% have a doctoral degree, such as a PhD or a professional degree like a JD. So this was another question we asked, was about like what your roles are. Of you 72 that submitted, the roles participants identified with also ran the gambit. Our highest one was in academic research, 26% of you. Right under it though was 25% of emergency planning / management. 17% of you identified as other, then 10% belonged to an educational organization, 8% are in a state agency research capacity, 7% are in a federal agency research capacity, 4% work at a utility / infrastructure organization, and then 3% of you are part of a tribal organization. Although this group is diverse, many of you indicated working on research, emergency management, education, planning, and outreach among various other tasks you work on at your job. So as you can see from this word cloud, research is the biggest one, followed by emergency management, stuff like that. Tsunami came up quite often as well, hazards, etc. Some of you might not work directly in outreach, and that's fine, but hopefully this session is still helpful for you and your future work. In the survey, we asked our respondents to rank order from most important to least important the challenges listed on this slide when it comes to communicating effectively about seismic hazard and risk. The highest percent of you, 32, ranked most people have not experienced a dangerous earthquake, and they therefore believe they're relatively unimportant as the most important challenge. 23% of you ranked that the need to talk with very different audiences who need different information, content, and are accustomed to getting information from different sources. Communications need to meet them where they are, e.g. younger generations and social media. Others who do not use social media, policymakers, also important. 12% ranked the need to persuade people to get prepared ahead of time and to identify their needs during / after an earthquake and to get them to respond appropriately as most important. 10% ranked social media training as the most important challenge that needs to be addressed. 8% ranked communicating nuances of preparing for cascading/multi-hazards, such as tsunamis, landslides, liquefaction, etc., as the most important. 7% said the need to persuade people to get earthquake insurance and understand what it is. And also 7% of you said messaging and materials that are simple, easy to share, and motivate people to take appropriate risk reduction actions were the most important. Another questions we asked was an open response question asking about what specific barriers are in the way to good science communication regarding seismic hazard and risk. The barriers are important to understand because, as George Bernard Shaw once said, the single biggest problem in communication is the illusion that it has taken place. So after we hand-coded your open responses, again, thank you so much for participating and writing amazing responses. We were able to group them into 7 categories. These kind of align with the groups that we'll be splitting off to later on. 1 is the lack of communication training. 2 is earthquakes are not top of mind or other concerns are considered more important to audiences. 3 is communication is hard because the information is difficult to understand. There isn't enough time and people are hard to reach. These are kind of cognitive reasons. There was the lack of agency coordination and inconsistent messages. We also have 5, which is audience ability to understand information. 6, which is communication is hard because of psychological factors such as feelings of fear, helplessness, lack of trust, etc. And then 7 was tailoring messaging. As you can see, most of you mentioned that earthquakes being seen as not as important to audiences and that communication can be difficult due to cognitive factors such as time and information processing are the most pressing barriers to communicating hazards and risks. However, there are a bunch of other ones. These 7 don't cover everything that you all wrote, but these are kind of the groups that we were able to convey within that. And now I'm going to pass it back over to Ellen.
There are a lot of multiple barriers to effective science communication, and y'all actually did a great job of identifying a lot of the ones that tend to come up across domains, and then some that are specific to this domain, like around people not experiencing earthquakes. That's a very specific kind of barrier that's within this particular domain. We also know a lot of solutions from other research, not within earthquakes and tsunamis necessarily, but from other domains. We know a lot of tips for science communication. For the past 6 months or so, we've been doing a literature review, taking a look at what is known in terms of like experimental studies of science communication in earthquakes and tsunamis and those kind of areas. There actually isn't very much. We were kind of surprised at how little there was. And so the science communication tips I'm going to talk about in a minute don't come from earthquakes necessarily, but they come from other domains, often from medical decision making. And we think that they should apply here too. And some of them, quite honestly, you are going to recognize because some of you have talked about some of these tips already. But just in general, when it comes to barriers, I always think about, okay, I've got some barriers here. I have to know what they are. And then I need to use evidence-based communication techniques. I don't want to just guess about how to communicate to overcome these barriers. I want to use evidence-based communication techniques to try to address these barriers, because how information is presented can sometimes matter as much as what information is presented, because people either don't understand the information if you don't do it well, or they're not motivated to do anything if you don't present it well. For the rest of today, we're going to talk first just briefly about some of the top recommendations for doing more effective science communication. And these tips, again, they're based on research in my lab, but also in other labs around the world. And then we'll break into those small groups that Valerie talked about. So the first thing that has to happen is you have to know where the heck you're headed. You have to have a goal for your communication. What often happens in communication is people have a swamp of data. They think, okay, this community needs to understand this, and they kind of just put the information out there. I've worked a lot with medical folks who do exactly that. They say, okay, I'm a physical therapist. I have to talk with these patients. And there's all of this data that I know from the tests that the children have gone through. I'm going to give it to the parents. And then the parents get lost. because you have to have a goal for your communication. You have to know where you're headed. You have to figure out who your target audience is, what people in your target audience know and don't know, and what you think they should know, but also what do they want to know. You have to sort of bring all of this together. It's more about a two-way communication with you having goals, but hopefully them having goals or you helping them figure out what their goals are. And then you can choose the information that you want to share and you can present it strategically to meet the goal or goals that you have. Without setting a goal, communicators often, again, just provide all the information and people get lost. With a communication goal in mind, you can be strategic. You can choose the right information to communicate in the right format to help people understand what you and they want to know, and what you and they hopefully think that they should do. The rest of the tips I'm going to talk about are more geared towards what strategies you can use. But you'll also see today that we often don't know specifically for the settings that you're in, because again, there's not a lot of research that's been done specific to your settings. But it hasn't been done in other domains, and we think that it should be applicable. This is one that I've heard already within this group. Communications need to come from trusted sources. Trusted sources are everything. Messages from trusted sources are typically more persuasive. People are much more likely to follow recommendations if they come from a trusted source. And what that means is when someone you trust tells you to avoid close contact with sick people, reduce your carbon emissions, or even jump off a bridge, I suppose, you're more likely to do it. Trusted messengers in the end are just kind of everything. But who is trusted varies a lot, especially in our current polarized environment. Sometimes people are trusted who are not expert even. In this example, researchers created a vaccine ad using Trump's endorsement of vaccines back in the day, and they targeted it to low-vax counties in the US using YouTube. It increased vaccination rates more than anything else that they tried because Trump was a trusted messenger. In climate change, military leaders don't necessarily have climate expertise, but they're trusted by at least some audiences. And so again, they may actually be a better communicator of some of the information that you have than you are, sometimes, to some people. A trusted messenger might be a scientist, but a trusted messenger might be a leader in the local community, like from a church or some other group. But keep in mind that trust can change too. Who we trust today is not always necessarily who we trust tomorrow. Trust actually takes years to build, seconds to break, and unfortunately, it takes forever to repair. Understanding who your audience is and who they trust is critically important, and you need to interact with them to figure out who those trusted people are. The third recommendation is to communicate about risks and benefits, which are often kind of abstract, but to communicate about those risks and benefits so that they feel closer to people's lives. Telling people about a 7.0 earthquake isn't going to help most people. They have no idea what that means. You've got some random number and then the word earthquake. And it's kind of like blah, 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 earthquake is what they hear. They do. People tend to ignore abstract risks that they don't feel touch upon their everyday lives. So for climate change, for example, you might want to talk about the benefits of climate action for their health rather than for the environment. Maybe the same thing is true within earthquakes. You want to talk about the benefits of preparing for earthquakes in some way that's going to touch explicitly on their lives. The fourth recommendation is it concerns the powerful communication potential that exists with using visual images and narratives. And those visual images and narratives can activate people's experiential minds, and it can activate their emotions at the same time. And again, it's about bringing them closer to relevant experiences for them so that they can imagine it happening. So for example, using images that depict concrete environmental damage in communications might actually enhance how much people accept information by those who might otherwise be skeptical of how valid it is. A very different example, more in line with this particular area, would be showing images of people taking preparatory actions, buying or constructing a go bag, storing, like showing people storing emergency water. And doing that can enhance people's confidence by conveying that lots of people, including you, are also able to engage in those kind of actions. When you do these kinds of techniques, and this can be true for narratives or for images, you sometimes can and we've talked about this too, it sometimes can induce more fear in people. Like when I sit at these tables with you guys, I'm learning some stuff I don't necessarily want to know. and so I'm thinking about this as a communicator. And one of the things you want to know, anytime you induce fear, you also want to make sure that you're talking about solutions. Because anytime a good communication, you might want to induce fear, or you might accidentally induce fear. But when you do that, you also have to give people efficacy. You have to give them a solution that they know will work and that they're confident that they themselves can do. And so you might want to advise people about what to do or not to do, but you also actually might want to tell them why. So instead of don't feed the birds or the squirrels, feeding pigeons and squirrels also feeds the rats. Giving them a picture of what's going on, but also a reason for why they might want to do it, with you not explicitly telling them this is what you should do, but instead kind of giving them the freedom to choose, but giving them information for why they might want to choose it. Another recommendation is, believe it or not, to present numbers. So I'm a big numbers person. I study a lot of how do people use numbers and judgments and decisions? How does it make a difference to risk perceptions? And one of the things that we found over time and across studies and across domains is that presenting key statistics, not too much, not too many, but presenting key statistics can actually grab people's attention. It can draw them into conversation. It can get them to converse more with others, and it can drive risk understanding at the same time. And this seems to be for a variety of reasons. One of which is when you provide numbers, one of the things that happens is that people actually trust the message more, and they perceive the messenger as more likely to be an expert. And they may trust, and if they trust them more, the message becomes more persuasive, and people may be more likely to go through with the recommendations that were made as a result. So you get sort of a weird cascade of information processing that happens. And it's not that numbers are everything by any means, let me tell you that, but it can help to provide a little bit of like an oomph into a message. Oomph is a technical term, by the way. And then we talked about this a little bit already. You always want to provide solutions. When you just give people information, and especially if you make them scared, but you don't tell them what to do with that fear, they become lost. They become hopeless. They freeze. You don't want to do that. You want to provide those feasible solutions. Tell them that there's a risk, but also tell them, what do I do about it? To be effective, people need to believe that those calls to action are things that will work. It's called response efficacy, in case you care, and things that they are confident that they themselves can actually do successfully. That's called self-efficacy. Yeah, really important. And here's the last one. People often forget about this. They went ahead and made up a message. They did their absolute best. They relied on whatever it is that they knew about science communication, including from their own experience in the field, which is really super important. But then they don't test the message. A really common issue is that people, any communicator, not just people in this room, but any communicator, has a tendency to overestimate what our target audiences know, and also to overestimate how well we ourselves communicate. Because of that, when you just use your intuitions to decide how to message somebody, we often overshoot, and we often don't quite reach our audience. And so explicitly testing messages with your target group, either formally in a study, that's the kind of thing I would do, or even informally, just with people who are similar maybe to your target audience. Or if you can't do that, with somebody who lives next door to you, or someone who has the office next door to you even. Just trying to do a little bit of testing of that message can really end up pointing out in the end, like, oh yeah, that piece is not working, I need to redo. Really important step. At this point for this session, so those are sort of my, sort of a brief tour of science communication tips. There are many others. I'm happy to chat about it. We have to go home right after this, so it won't be right after this, but talking about it later over email or whatever, we can figure out a time. At this point in the session, we're interested in taking what we know about evidence-based communication from other fields, but we're interested now in turning to your field and trying to figure out what can we take from what we know from like medical decision making and other kinds of fields in order to make a difference to the kinds of stuff that you do. So how can we improve, how can we improve and enhance public safety and well-being in the face of these hazards through communication? How can we improve training for hazard managers maybe? And even for communities in those kind of best communication strategies to protect the public. To do this, we have to plan though. We've had a planning grant for the past year. I can't remember, somebody mentioned it, I think earlier. But we've had a planning grant for the past year where we were originally planning on going for a large center proposal, and we're hoping to include many of you. Guess what? The federal government has changed. That has been archived, so that one will not be happening. So what we're interested in this point is, are there things you guys want to do? Are there important communication goals that you have that you don't think you can meet right now? Can we get together and think about what kind of funding sources might there be out there so that we can try to test some of these ideas? And we want to collaborate and co-produce research questions and perhaps training questions or priorities with community and scientific partners like you. Long-term, we want to build resilience and quality of life by developing that long-term capacity for effective messages. And advanced research in the kind of fields that we work in. This is around decision science, risk analysis, psychology, science communication. And then we want to do that planning for future grants as best we can. We had an earlier convening. These are just some of the questions in case you're interested that came out of those earlier convenings, the research questions and training questions that came out as of interest in with these experts that we worked with before. We use these questions to help to devise, this is very largely with Andy's help, to devise what the tables are around the room now. And we combine them with the barriers that you yourselves brought up. And at this point, I don't know if we have time for questions or if we're going to go straight into the tables. I'm not sure how we should do that. We didn't talk about that. Yeah, do people have questions?
Hi, Ellen. Kelly Massett again from the University of Oregon. Good to see you. So when you were discussing how important it is for communication to come from trusted sources, of course, we're living in a time when there's a decrease in trust for institutions. Generally, a lot of people are getting information from, social media, maybe people they don't know. How do you navigate that in this contemporary landscape with a lot of communication happening online when people aren't trusting their typical sources of information?
Yeah, so first, just a slight step backwards. Trust in scientists and a lot of those typical sources have gone down. Trust in scientists relative to other places is still quite high. And so don't think about yourselves as scientists not being trusted. Scientists are still pretty well trusted. That said, you're absolutely right. The landscape has changed. So trust is not an area that I specialize in, I have to say. And so I really haven't looked that much at that. I would almost look to some of the people in the room, and I'm trying to remember who's works on some of the trust questions here. I'm not the best. I'm actually not the best person to ask that. The way that I would think about it, though, is you want to think about developing relationships. You want to think about two-way communication. You want to think about actually being a trustworthy steward of information, where you are transparent with information, where you are using your best efforts to reach out to people and get them information that is helpful for them and their long-term goals. But that means you have to know what their long-term goals are. And again, back to that kind of two-way communication.
In the literature, there's this concept called truthiness, and it's this thing with processing fluency of how trustworthy an message is kind of perceived. And there's a few different ways to enhance truthiness. One of them is the inclusion of relevant images. Some researchers found that including a relevant image next to a body of text increases kind of that truthiness variable, that people see that message, and because they see this relevant image that goes along with it, there's a few different theories as why. I won't get into that, but the image helps with making the message seem a bit more trustworthy. And then Ellen has done previous literature looking at how using numbers makes people see it as more from an expert, specifically Arabic integers. And also experts are usually more trusted, so numbers can also be somewhat tied to that.
Essentially, there are little little tips you can use for static information you're giving to people. But when it comes to having relationships with people, that requires quite a bit more. And these little static tricks, they help a little. Yeah, but they do help.
All right, so it looks like there may be 2 questions. We'll take Gabe and then Megan, and then we move on.
Thanks. Gabriel Lotto from the University of Washington. I have a question. I wonder if you've considered, what can you learn from the professional disinformation and misinformation people? In other words, how can you either use those same techniques, but for good, or invert or subvert those techniques to outmaneuver them?
Yeah, so disinformation people use a lot of emotion. They make people angry, and it draws them in. I'm not sure I want to make people angry about earthquakes, but using fear is actually something that can help. But again, you have to make sure if you're using that kind of emotion and it draws, it grabs people's attention, it draws them in, it gets them to focus more on a risk. There's a whole slew of processes that happen when you use emotion. Nonetheless, you've got to make sure that you're providing solutions, because otherwise they get stopped in their tracks. So that's one of the things that's used. Something else they use are just the use of experts. They have people in white medical jackets. If they're talking, they may not actually be physicians, but they're in white medical jackets, and so looking like you are a scientist. People's looking like you're a scientist can actually help. It's one of the tricks that they use. What are some of the other ones? There are a few other tricks too, and I'd have to go back and take a look. But you're absolutely right. Kind of looking at what other people do is actually kind of helpful. The same kind of thing can be true with advertising sometimes. What is it that advertisers do, and what is it that makes that successful or not as successful? Advertising in particular tends to be really good at grabbing people's attention, and then they tend to be really good at repetition. And so if you have a repetition of an ad for Tide laundry detergent, the more it's repeated, the higher their sales go up among people who see it. I think there's another.
Yeah, I had a question. Megan Anderson from the Washington Geological Survey. So if you don't have statistics, what's the second best type of number to use to grab people's attention?
You don't have, I'm not even, what do you mean? What's the difference for you between statistic and some other number?
I don't know. In earthquakes, sometimes you don't have statistics to represent something like, we don't always have a good forecast, and people want to know what's the percent chance, or, that might be really motivating for them, but we don't always have that information, even though we know, there is a chance, right? But we can't tell them a precise number. Are there other numbers that work?
Yeah, well, let me poke a little bit at what you might have. So you don't have a precise statistic. There's a 15% chance in the next 50 years, which I know people use. But let's imagine you don't like using that. Do you have a range of numbers? If there's a 5 to 60% chance. I wouldn't want to personally go that broad because you start to lose people. But if you can do something more narrow, even using a range of numbers can actually help. That still counts. What else might you have? I mean, the other things would go probably more into kind of fear appeals, where you'd be talking about the extent of damage, if it happens, the extent of damage that might happen. So those kind of things can be used too. But again, the minute you get into fear appeals, you want to make sure you're presenting solutions to them, and y'all know what solutions are in these cases. There's all the preparatory actions, blah blah blah. those are the kind of things I would think about. The other thing I would think about is you might be reluctant. Let's imagine, I mean, because you do have numbers. There are numbers back in there. You're reluctant to provide them because they're not very precise. You're a little uncomfortable with it, but you always want to, and I get that. And sometimes you just don't present the numbers because of that. But at least step back and think for a minute about the idea that the more precision that you require and the less information that you give, the less people end up knowing. And so it's just, there's all these trade-offs that happen. And so I would at least step back and think about that, keeping in mind the fact that sometimes information just is too imprecise to give out. I do totally get that. Yeah.
Great, thanks.
Probably take one more question, if there are any. Okay.
I was wondering on this theme how you would present this information with everything being so sensationalized in the media to get people's attention without causing overt fear or, you know, really trying to sensationalize everything. How do you get the message across?
You're talking about Cascadia in particular?
Yes, just like in a professional way to be heard without being drawn out by everything else that's popping up on their feed or, you know, in their lives or billboards. Like, how do you get that message across?
I don't think it's possible to avoid fear with Cascadia. If you're actually going to communicate in my opinion, and maybe I'm missing something, but in my opinion, I don't think it's possible to do without some fear. But I think what you can do, I think you can raise people's concern through messaging that maybe does make them a little bit fearful, keeping in mind that there are a whole bunch of positive benefits of fear. It focuses your attention on important information. It gets you to think harder about it and to elaborate, and it motivates you to action. So there are benefits of that emotion. But at the same time, you can't leave people frozen. And so you also have to, we were talking about this a little bit at our table earlier, Megan, right? We were talking about this at our table earlier, the idea that there are actually different levels of earthquake events that might happen. The actions that people need to take are often there's a lot of actions in common across all of those different earthquake events, ones that are not as serious, ones that are very serious. If you can get people to start to take some of those actions, maybe by focusing first, not quite on Cascadia, but on some of the lower level events. I'm sorry, I don't know the right language for this. But to get them to start to do that and then start to scaffold maybe other things they can do on top of it. Or give them a choice about, you know, we have some lower level events that are more likely to happen. There's this very higher level event that's much more major that could happen. And you might want to, you know, kind of present them with a little bit of information and things that they could do at each of those levels and kind of let them pick their journey. Because I think a lot of people would probably pick a journey that wasn't quite as scary, didn't involve them doing as much, but hey, at least they did something. And so to try to kind of get them to start going up the steps. The analogy I was using before was I don't happen to like cleaning my kitchen. And so I usually tell myself, just put one glass away. Just put one glass in the dishwasher. So I open the dishwasher, I put one glass in, and guess what? There are other glasses there. I can put them away, and then maybe I'll do the silver, you know. And so to kind of get people to take a step, and it may pave the way towards them taking additional steps. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Ellen and Maxwell. That was really great. So we're going to move on to the last breakout of the day related to all of this. So as a reminder, as usual, there are going to be 7 groups, so 6 in-person groups and 1 Zoom group. For the facilitators, I think you could even pull the tables together if you wanted to make one larger group, depending on how many people you have. We're going to do the same thing where we do we have this suggested format of doing a pair and then share out to your table, and then having small group and or large group shares on the theme, depending on how you want to do it, facilitators. And then we'll have the chime reminders again. And then we're going to do a share out per cluster of tables for time. And so the themes, as mentioned before, came from the survey that Andy and Ellen and Maxwell designed. So there's no description of these beyond the title. So tables 1 through 3 will be tailoring messaging, knowing your audience and timing. So that will be Wendy Bohan and Tegan Hobbs over here who are going to lead that one. The second in tables 4 through 6 is building trust, cultivating communication pathways. That's going to be Lisa Busch and Bill Steele, if you could raise your hands. So Lisa and Bill right over here. The third is overcoming fear or helplessness, empowering preparedness action. That's going to be Laura Hall, and Alyssa couldn't make it. So it'll be Laura over here. So that's table 7 through 9. There is making earthquakes relevant, storytelling and engaging your audience at tables 10 through 12 in the back corner over there. That's Bob DeGroot and Liz Safran, if you could raise your hands. And then 2 more, conveying complexity and uncertainty, educating your audience, which would be Kelly Massette and Daniel Eungard over in the back corner over there, 13 through 15. Wait, no, you'll be over here, right? Okay, and then lastly is table 16 through 18, and that's training communicators who, what, and how, and that will be Dare Baldwin and Gabriel Lotto. Thanks. And then on the Zoom room, hi to all of you still, will be agency coordination and unified messaging, and David Snyder and Lori Dangler will run that one. So David and Lori will put you in the Zoom room over there to run that session. So we have about 30 minutes for the session. Remember, the first chime will be to move on from your paired groups to the larger table, and then the second chime will be a reminder to compile your responses. Again, you can find the note-taking document for this session at that link over there. So facilitators, if you want to assign somebody to take notes and then email it to the email address. And the discussion questions are related to what Ellen was mentioning in terms of thinking about ways that you can work together in collaboration, but also thinking about how social science research might benefit your work. What barriers and opportunities do you face in your work related to this theme? What do you need to know or understand better with respect to this theme? To improve communication, who do you think needs to be at the table, and what are possible next steps? So I think we'll have you pick the table that is of most interest to you. All right, so I think we're going to do group report outs. So before we start and do group report outs, if you are interested in collaborating with Ellen at all, or anybody else doing research in this field, it'd be great if you could leave a note of your name and your email address in the note-taking document, and then we'll be sure to connect you. So why don't we do, I think we've got about 2 or 3 minutes per theme. So you could either do, if you're in small tables, you could do 1 short minute per table, or you can do 2 to 3 minutes per theme. Do we want to, maybe we'll do it in order. So maybe theme 1, which is tailoring messaging, knowing your audience and timing. Do you want to report on your anything?
Thanks. Okay, I'll try to get this right on behalf of my group. So we were, I think we spent a good amount of time discussing the different barriers. And I'm just going to read out a bunch of them because I'm sure that they're felt by many folks in the room. One was about actually establishing yourself as a resource. Perhaps that's internally, perhaps that's externally, but how do you let people know that you have expertise that you'd be happy to share? The complexity of humans. We talked about establishing who your audience is, and what are their needs and what demographics. But then even within those demographics, people are not a monolith, and so how do you speak to the individual personal motivations that we all have? The difficulty of balancing technical information with accessible information, and how even in your one role you may be speaking to different people, sometimes even at the same time, where you want to convince an analyst that something is important at the same table as a policymaker, and that those are really different groups. The difficulty of people losing interest, or maybe a lack of a follow through when you've got their interest, but then a few weeks later they're not responding to your emails anymore. So how do you sustain that level of interest? And then a big difficulty around our scientific concern for uncertainty, and how do we present information that we know to be true and appropriately constrained, and present it with all the language that we like to use when we talk about seismic hazard, like how many years, what's the time horizon for which this probability is relevant, and how do you handle that when a decision maker might not like to think about all that language and they want to strip it out. And then I think there were a few coherent themes that came out when we started thinking about how how can we move forward? And I think there was a big sense of sort of concern or fear about not wanting to get it wrong, and that can really make it difficult to even want to engage with communicating at all when you have that concern. And so some of the things that could help would be perhaps a toolbox of different resources or making different types of training available. That might be science communication training or media training. And sort of what shape that might take is maybe still up in the air. And then a big one that we talked about quite a bit was wanting to have coherent messaging that is coming from respected, reputable sources. So an agency like CRESCENT has the opportunity to maybe put together some materials that would have a scientific consensus of what's the messaging that we all agree as scientists we are comfortable with sharing outwardly, and how should that information be shared in a way that's simple and easy to communicate. And if there's, for example, on social media, CRESCENT could be a great organization to send our messaging through so that individual scientists, for example, or individual community members don't necessarily have to sort of feel like they're putting their foot in a bear trap without the support of an organization behind them. So thanks.
Thank you very much. Speaking to tables, yeah, thanks. Tables 4 to 6, which is building trust, cultivating communication pathways. Who's reporting?
Okay, sure. I'll start with barriers, the bad stuff. Okay. One barrier is initial aversion against an agency or an institution. You know, people have biases against certain institutions or government or things like that. And starting from a place of mistrust is certainly a challenge. As a deliverer of information, imposter syndrome, being unsure of yourself, fears about perception of what you're saying, and feeling a lack of confidence perhaps in answers that nobody knows. Imprecision in answering certain questions. You know, some of these concepts are rather abstract. It's tough to say. 50 years is hard to visualize, and it's kind of hard to break that barrier. Of course, cultural differences, and there's a whole diversity of those that preclude trust. And I think probably one of the most compelling ones was time. You know, there's the funding cycle, there's the time you have to build a relationship. People move, faces change, and it takes time to actually gain trust. And that's not always a resource really we have. Yeah.
And in terms of who needs to, who needs to be at the table, we did talk a lot about finding local people who are already trusted and working with them. But in terms of solutions, we talked about being human, demonstrating your humanity, and that you might have different hats and different opinions and are interested in participate in different things. Showing your humility. And one good idea that I learned was kind of a what you heard report, asking people that you're working with what they heard in terms of the message that you're delivering, tailoring your trust to your audience. So one audience might trust some aspect more than others, and sort of accentuating that. I used my example of working with rural people who there's a lot of hunters and fishermen. And so I talk about hunting and fishing when I'm with them. Showing that you're listening, and more small, tangible, having tangible solutions and less abstract solutions. Did I capture everything?
Thank you very much. And then overcoming fear, helplessness, empowering preparedness action.
Unless one of you wants to. No, I didn't think so. All right. So when it comes to fear and helplessness, we've found just a lot of reasons. Language and culture were among the first things that were mentioned, which is related to past experiences, maybe even lack of experience. We talked about, somebody mentioned legal status, impounding feelings of overwhelm or feeling left out or more threatened. Same with any type of physical or mental disability, adding to one's sense of vulnerability and not being included in the message that we're receiving. denial, apathy. There are so many things to worry about. So why bother with this one when the risk is, the probability is low or whatever. Fatalism, yeah, I think we all understand where the fear and hopelessness comes from, but the opportunities to overcome it were what was really most wonderful. Talking about resiliency with communities and explaining what that really looks like and how it can be built, and how resiliency for one thing is resiliency for many things usually. Talked about how we really need to debunk some myths. There are a lot of myths. People hear things like everything west of I-5 will be toast, and that certainly impounds the fatalism. The need to provide information about what we have accomplished. We have accomplished things to harden our infrastructure and create more resilience, but usually the public doesn't hear about that stuff. They hear about what we haven't done or what needs to be done or how horrible it will be. We talked about helping people chunk it into bite-sized pieces that feel more manageable. We talked about the importance of training, right? Like actually showing somebody that they have efficacy and can impact their own result can really help lower their anxiety and help them engage more when you provide them with actual skills and not just stuff. We talked about data and truthiness and visual imagery and all the things that were covered in is it Dr. Ellen's presentation? I don't remember her last name. And then we talked, this is my pet desire for more research, is we have some data about fear appeals. What we haven't done is study how fear appeals impact people who experience extreme trauma, and particularly communities that have experienced more trauma than other communities, and how a fear appeal might be the wrong choice for that community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the next theme is tables 10 through 12, which is making earthquakes relevant, storytelling, and engaging your audience. Okay. Heidi.
We talked about a variety of things about how to identify what a good story would be, making things tangible and relevant to the people that you're speaking to. We also talked a lot about how kind of which stories should be elevated amongst a community. If a community is interested in one topic over your earthquake topic, how you kind of can consider that when you're elevating a story. We talked a lot about a bit about how we could tailor an audience to our message to a specific audience, and making sure that whatever story you tell is appropriate to them and will inspire their actions specifically. It's probably, there was a few more things, but maybe in the interest of time, we could pass to the other group.
Okay, I can't represent what my group said because there were too many ideas coming too fast, but I'll give you two things that I heard that I really liked. One was the idea that the earthquake problem, as an example, is also responsible for the landscape that we encounter on the coast or in the Northwest, and that place-based place-based storytelling about the beauty that these processes are responsible for is another way to capture people's imagination about the interrelationship between their experience and the hazard that we're trying to describe. And the second one was an idea around community building, in so much as if communities, beginning from individuals up to small groups of communities, recognize that if they're prepared for 72 hours themselves, and they're with a group of people who are equally well prepared, that their whole community as a whole is prepared at a level above which they may need to be resilient for whatever happens to them. So does anybody feel like one of their other things they, oh, Ellen does, Dr. Ellen.
Dr. Ellen, yeah. Actually, I'm going to repeat his idea, repeat Andrew's idea, because he brought up the notion that sometimes people don't want to know. And what do you do when, when we're giving out information, we usually assume, like with our students, that, well, they're there because they want to know. But sometimes people just don't want to know. And that's a real barrier to the kinds of work that I think some of you do, because they don't want to know.
Thank you. So the next theme is conveying complexity and uncertainty, educating your audience. And okay, Kelly.
I'm just going to say our top 2 or 3 points so I can pass it to the other tables. But something we discussed regarding complexity and uncertainty, really related to what Lisa and Annette were talking about. What does your audience want to know? What do they need to know? Scientists probably care a lot more about uncertainty than the general public. They probably just need to know, drop, cover, hold on, be 2 weeks ready. So if you know, do you want to know the best case scenario, worst case scenario? There are a lot of possibilities. Figuring out the level of uncertainty they desire could be helpful, and also putting that uncertainty or that risk in terms they can understand. So Daniel, for example, said, the risk of Cascadia happening this year is about the risk of you getting food poisoning this year, but maybe you still don't want to eat that weird shellfish just in case. I'm going to pass it on now.
Yeah, and so our table really talked about effective communication, I think is what we focused on a lot. And so there was a question of, can you effectively communicate when about an impactful event when time has passed? So a good example is Nisqually earthquake. Can we still use that as an effective form of communication when so many people have not lived through Nisqually anymore? And I think the answer is yes, but you have to back it up with something else for the other people in the room. A video, an image, something that's still relatable, something that still gives them that visceral feeling of, oh, you want to capture that. We kind of approached a lot of it as tell a story, find relatability with the audience, and make sure that you lead with any clarifying any miscommunications. Try to understand as best as you can who you're talking to, what they already know, so that you can more effectively communicate to them without either sounding like you're dumbing it down or making it too complex. And then again, similar to your table, we approached it from different angles, but start with the simple things and then work up in complexity is always a good way to format a communication strategy so that you don't overwhelm the audience. You guys were on your own. I don't know.
I just 2 points I can mention. One of the things we talked about as a struggle or a barrier from the science side sometimes is when you're talking about uncertainty and people like start to get furrowed brow thing is swinging too hard the other way and over explaining the details that you do know to try and be like, but I do know this, and then getting too far down that rabbit hole. So trying to balance that and knowing your audience. And then the other thing with uncertainty is sometimes, as I was talking about earlier, you get things wrong, but following up. So being able to explain, and we talked a lot about the December earthquake and tsunami alerts that went out all the way down to the Bay Area, and that creating a lot of questions from people being confused why they didn't experience a tsunami, and then trying to make sure you follow up afterwards to explain the uncertainty that goes into those things can be a possible way forward so that it's not a like boy who cried wolf situation and people start to lose trust with some of the inherent uncertainty.
Thank you. It's interesting to see, especially the groups that have multiple tables, that there are definitely commonalities in what you're discussing. So, and then the last in-person group before Zoom room is training communicators who, what, how.
Training communicators. So we first just talked about all of our individual organizations. We come from different types of organizations. We all have some communication responsibilities. We have different problems, and some of us have not enough staff, and some of us have issues with coordinating our messaging between different people or different agencies. Sometimes people had a lot of new staff who didn't have maybe the local experience that they needed, or the full knowledge of the local history of hazards. And then quickly we talked about, okay, well, maybe our own staff is hard to change quickly, but something we have a little more say over is training the trainer. So who are the trainers we can train? And those are people in the community, and there are community groups and CERT groups and national parks staff, and all of those take time, but they can serve as a proxy for us. If we are the expert about something, you don't actually have to be an expert to communicate about earthquakes. You don't have to be an earthquake expert. You just have to know what your community's needs are, right, for safety. So you can be a representative of your community's safety without being a representative of the latest and greatest earthquake science necessarily. But we build those partnerships so that we don't have to do everything ourselves. So who are those trusted sources? Who are those leaders in the community? They are, it's been mentioned a few times, but the community will tell you who their trusted sources are, and they will nominate those sources or self-nominate. And then how do you know if someone's interested in doing that? Well, people who are interested will tell you. And if someone is interested in learning about what you're doing or learning about hazards or learning about resilience, never turn them down. Take any media request, have any conversation, talk to any local library, do whatever you need to, and you'll find partners and advocates in that way. Did I miss anything?
Thank you. These are really cool to hear. And then the last one is the Zoom room, which was agency coordination and unified messaging.
Zoom, Zoom. I do want to really shout out to the folks who participated in the Zoom room, especially a number of our Canadian colleagues. That was terrific. Yes, yay. We can learn a lot from them. So a couple of things. First of all, we focused primarily on the tsunami issue, partly because Dave and I were kind of coordinating it. And there's a really obvious barrier, which is USGS and NOAA, with a lot of barriers to fully work together. The people are great, but the platforms to even, I mean, we talked about how we can't even really do Zoom, Google Meet, Teams, there's at least 3 or 4 others, and they keep changing. So that turns out to be a big barrier to working together. And if you're trying to communicate with the local folks, some of them aren't using some of the platforms that the feds may be using. So, the coordination between those agencies and the earthquake and tsunami messaging, and the fact that right now they can't really be meshed together. We talked a bit about who's kind of missing in terms of coordination. Well, one of the most vulnerable populations, we don't really have an agency or organization that's kind of responsible for, namely the folks just passing through, the visitors. And we all know how difficult it is to communicate with hospitality folks. And of course, they're constantly changing. So that's clearly an area where we need to figure out a better way of both addressing them and continuing to meet that need. There were some good suggestions about ways that we might do a better job of communicating, particularly with general public decision makers. One was rather than just focusing on webinars for those of us who are already in the field and we talk to one another, come up with ways to approach these other communities. Webinars that are really designed for different populations. And Katya gave one of the best suggestions. She said we should all Google refuge, R-E-F-U-G-E, which is an organization or a project based in Melbourne, which uses artists to convey information about climate change. So I thought that was a really good idea. Obviously, pre-planning for all kinds of events that we can think of, near source tsunamis, far source tsunamis, in between tsunamis, earthquakes, landslides, etc. The more scenarios, exercises, planning activities over and over and over and over again with multi-agency participation. And thanks to all the Zoomers.
Thank you so much. It's really cool, especially not being able to be at the tables to hear what everyone's saying. Ellen, I don't know if there's anything in particular that you want to do or say at the wrap up. Okay.
Okay, folks. So just to conclude the formal program for today for Zoom. So thank you so much for your attention and being on screen all day. You get to rest your eyes now and join us again at 8:30 tomorrow morning.